बोला जी बनानी तो नहीं आई, बन गई होगी। तो मैं 16 दिसंबर 18 दिन अगले दिन सुबह भी ड्यूटी पे चढ़ा तो मेरे कमांडर थे, विंग कमांडर एस के निगम, कहा जी रमेश को चाय बहुत अच्छी बनानी आती है। मैं वो टेक्निकल ट्रेड लेकर आया और चाय वाला बना दिया। 30-31 दिसंबर तक चाय बनाता रहा और पिलाता रहा, पीता रहा। 31 दिसंबर में हमारा पे डे था। उस जमाने में हमारे को कैश मिलता था। एक अफसर ने नाम बुलाया, रमेश कुमार। मैं गया, हमारी एक पे बुक होती है वो दिखाई, सैल्यूट मारा, पैसे गिने, जेब में डाले, पीछे मुड़ तेज चल। तो मेरे को उस टाइम पर मेरे को याद है करीबन पूरे महीने की तनख्वाह करीबन 900 रुपये मेरे को मिली थी। मैंने रुपये गिने, 450 रुपये जेब में रखे। 450 रुपये उस टाइम पर जो मेरा पेइंग ऑफिसर था, फ्लाइंग ऑफिसर JK कोल, उसके हाथ में वापस किए। बोला सर अभी मैंने तो 15 दिसंबर तक ही काम किया है और 15 दिन तक तो मैंने चाय पिलाई है, चाय का इतना बड़ा मेहनता ना तो मेरे को नहीं सोचता, तो ये मैं लूँगा, ये नहीं लूँगा। वो झुक के देख रहा है कि उसकी ज़िंदगी में पहले बार ही कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति मिला होगा जो कि 450 रुपये उसको वापस दे रहा है। बोला यू नो दैट यू विल बी चार्ज सीटेड। एक P13 बोलते हैं एयरफोर्स में, आर्मी में पता नहीं क्या बोलते हैं। इट वॉज रेज्ड। बोला जी कोई बात नहीं। पिताजी ने एक वर्ड कहा था कि हराम का नहीं खाना, वो मेरे को दिमाग में बैठा हुआ था कि यदि मैं 15 दिन की तनख्वाह ले लूँगा तो पिताजी का वादा तोड़ दूंगा, नहीं लूँगा तो चार्जशीट होगी। दोनों को कंपेयर किया, मैं चार्जशीट एक्सेप्टेबल। चार्जशीट हुआ, मेरे विंग कमांडर्स के निगम के सामने आई वॉज परेडेड। उसने बोला कि ये चार्ज पढ़ के सुनाए, डू यू प्लीड गिल्टी? बोला सर नो। बोला क्यों? कि मैंने काम ही नहीं किया तो तनख्वाह कहाँ से लूँगा। उसने मेरे हग किया और कहा कि यार ऐसा पहला व्यक्ति मेरे को एयरफोर्स में मिल रहा है। एंड सर जानते हैं कि SO को बनने के लिए 15 साल लगते हैं। मैं 15 दिन के बाद ही सेड यू आर माई SO। मैं 15 दिन में SO बन गया। दैट इज पावर ऑफ वैल्यूज। जो आपने जीवन में जो वैल्यू डाली है, नो कंप्रोमाइज सो कॉल्ड। कुछ भी आए बीच में, नहीं करना तो नहीं करना, आई बीन चार्ज सीटेड, नो इश्यू, बट अल्टीमेटली मेरे को उसका लाभ मिला। तो मैं मेरी बात इतनी कहकर पूरी करूंगा कि राष्ट्रवाद आपके हर दिन के दिनचर्या में है। हम कैसे उसको निभाए, कैसे उसको, जब हमारा देश अभी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि 2047 में हम विश्वगुरु बनेंगे, वैभवशाली बनेंगे। मैं तो कहता हूँ प्रधानमंत्री जी ये बात आपकी झूठी कर देंगे हम। क्यों ना हम इसको 2045 में बना दे, 44 में बना दे, एंड आप बना सकते हो। जय हिंद।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance, a manner of saying, so.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today will be the Trisha's death mystery, the death case, because the second autopsy, the second post-mortem has been approved, and the second post-mortem is going to happen today. A special team has landed in Bhopal. We'll get you all the latest details of that, because there were many inconsistencies in the previous post-mortem that happened, and that's why the family was demanding another post-mortem, that is the second post-mortem. We'll get you all the top latest details on that too. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Supreme Court takes up Trisha Sharma death case. 3-bench led by CJI Suryakant to hear the case on Monday. Republic's relentless campaign ensures top court takes suo motu cognizance of Trisha Sharma death case. Big win for Trisha Sharma's family as Supreme Court takes up the case. Special aims board to conduct Trisha Sharma's second post-mortem in Bhopal today. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar before participating in Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Delhi. A shooting was reported near the White House. Trump was inside the White House during the time of shooting. Suspect has been shot and killed by the security forces. All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development right now, and this is because of Republic's campaign, and Republic's campaign continues to produce impact on the ground. Now, a 4-member medical team from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences that is AIIMS, has landed in Bhopal to conduct a second post-mortem examination of Trisha Sharma following the directions issued by the Madhya Pradesh High Court. Now, Madhya Pradesh High Court had ordered that a new medical examination should be conducted by specialists from AIIMS Delhi. Now, the doctors have reportedly travelled to Bhopal with advanced medical equipment required for the procedure. Now, this comes after multiple irregularities were found in the post-mortem that was conducted. The report, including the bluish and injury marks that were found all over Trisha's body, and the height recorded also differed from Trisha's actual height as exposed by Republic as well. So this is a very big development in this case, and this is Republic's campaign. Consistently, we have been highlighting the story and bringing big developments and exposing the cover-ups in this entire case, and also the lapses that happened in the post-mortem. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, that initially the belt that was used in allegedly hanging Trisha Sharma was not given by the investigating officer to the hospital. All right, these are the graphics on here for you to understand the story better. The 10 key lapses in post-mortem. No imaging despite that. Now, preserved despite no significant findings. This is questionable, and more consistent with suffocation or strangulation, not hanging. So the findings were inconsistent. The height discrepancy recorded 166 centimeter. What was the actual height, which is 176 centimeter. So there's a difference in height, and the age of blunt force injuries not determined. So there is clearly a cover-up, no documented reason for a DNA collection, and also the criminal delay in this entire case. No female doctor included despite the guidelines that are in place that a female doctor should be examining a female body in this case. Now, potential injuries and drug influence not investigated in this manner. So that's also a very big question. So now AIIMS doctors team from Delhi now lands in Bhopal very shortly, and the autopsy will begin, and we'll get you the latest updates on that too. Now, this is the second autopsy of Trisha at AIIMS Bhopal today. Now, because earlier the second autopsy was not allowed, but this is clearly an impact of Republic's relentless coverage on this entire issue. Now, okay, we are being joined by a guest. Would like to welcome Mr. Dinesh Rao for sparing your time. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining. And we need your comment on what's unfolding, because there was clearly a cover-up, sir, as also exposed by many forensic experts, including you, that there are many inconsistencies in the previous autopsy that happened. Now, what is going to be happening today? If you can put that into perspective and share the details on the procedure that will be followed by the specialists today, sir.
Yes, actually, I'm not aware, because I'm not part of the team, actually, because I've so far haven't got any confirmation from the AIIMS director about me in the team. So I'm not in the team, but definitely I can tell you the procedures which usually we follow in doing second autopsy. It's a duty of the doctor who wants to do the second autopsy to gather all those documentations which has been part of the first autopsy, right from the postmortem report to the photographs, the videographs, the crime scene examination reports about the ligature material and any evidences like tox or ancillary investigation evidences, the details which has been or the outcome of those investigative results. All those things need to be collected from the doctor's team who are supposed to conduct the second autopsy. Yeah. And subsequently, they should make adequate planning and then get into the second autopsy process. I think the team, whoever the AIIMS director has planned, so I think they are likely to do it in the most standardized way. I'm confident they will come out with the good results. Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Rao, your name is also in the High Court order. What has been said for you, and has anyone from Delhi AIIMS contacted you?
No. I did hear about it, but officially I haven't got any confirmation from either the director of AIIMS or, of course, I communicated with my director, AIIMS Jammu director, and even he has no information, and we were in constantly touch, myself and my director, but so far I haven't received anything from my director. That means there's no information from my institute is concerned. And reporting the director of AIIMS, I'm unable to comment because I didn't hear from him so far until this time.
Yeah, Dr. Rao, if you can share the details, like in the previous autopsy, the cover-ups, the inconsistencies, initially, to begin with, the belt that was allegedly used for hanging, that was not given by the investigating officer to the people who were doing the post-mortem. So this clearly highlights the lapses in this case, sir?
Actually, I'm not much aware of the details of the first autopsy report because I'm yet to see the first autopsy report. But definitely, I think the court might have had a solid grounds on which it has ordered for the second autopsy. I think what I hear about the lapses is through the media. And I think the court was right to address the concerns of the family to order for a second autopsy. I'm confident that whoever the team has been formed from the AIIMS director, and definitely they are going to do a good scientific examination so that the family gets the justice.
But Dr. Rao, as a forensic expert, if just to put this into perspective for our viewers, the main belt that might have been used to strangulate the person, if that is not submitted by the investigating officer, that clearly establishes the lapse, number one. Also, the height difference, earlier the height that was mentioned and the real height of the person. So there is clearly a cover-up in this case. Can you give us the procedure exactly in the previous autopsy that it should have been followed, which were missing in the previous case, sir, as you came to know from the reports that you gathered, sir?
Yeah, see, definitely the lapses which you have pointed out, definitely there are something which is really concerning. I hope that is not, that will be considered by the second autopsy team and they're going to work on that. But definitely the ligature material, if that is missing, it's very detrimental to the case because it is very important for us to understand that indeed that particular material which has been can withstand the weight of the body or that is being used and how to corroborate with those particular cross-section of those particular ligature material with that of the dimension of the injuries. That's very, very vital. One thing, the withstanding the weight of the body, and second is the cross-section of the material should correspond to the dimensions of the injuries, and that should be the one which should be responsible for those injuries and which need to be substantiated by proper histological examinations and of course scientific examinations. Then only we can confirm that that was the material which has been used and that was responsible for those injuries which are present on the neck. And I'm very sure the second autopsy team will take all into consideration because they're also good experts and they are going to do a very good scientific examination. Yep.
But does it usually happen because the family is influential, the family is powerful, they're a family of doctors, they're a family of advocates, and including Giribala itself, she is somebody who holds a very strong position. How do you think people of such high profile can influence the investigation in this case, including from the first point of
it's not audible. Can I...
I'll try to fix the audio once again. Usually in such cases, Dr. Rao, because the family was quite influential, and the initial reports also suggested that the family was closely in contact with the doctors in AIIMS, because they are a family of doctors too. How do you think that they might have influenced the entire investigation in this case? Because clearly the lapses in the height difference, the body marks, the injuries which were not reported as clearly, and only after the relentless coverage of Republic.
Some audio, yeah. Some audio issues are there.
Yeah, we'll try to fix that audio, sir. The inconsistencies in the previous, because the family, it's an influential family, sir. That's what I'm trying to highlight in this entire case. They were with the body, they went to the doctors, initially to the hospital, and they were influencing as per the initial reports also, sir, because they knew the doctors there. So how do you think they would have impacted the entire case? Because the lapses have already been highlighted by us. All right, so there seems to be an audio issue. We'll try to fix the audio in this case, because we'll try to get back to Dr. Rao in this case. And now, clearly, Dr. Rao also explained the procedure that will be followed, and also the lapses that we clearly highlighted, the height difference in this case, and how the instrument which was used, the belt which was used, and also the marks which were on the body, that's also. These are the 10 key lapses in the post-mortem. We'll try to reconnect with Dr. Rao once again now. But the blunt force injuries were not properly dissected. That's the inconsistency. No imaging despite ligature mark on the neck. This is missing, and clearly a big lapse, a cover-up preserved despite no significant findings. And this is about the viscera, and more consistent with suffocation or strangulation, not hanging, because hanging cannot also be established by the fact that there was a height difference. Recorded 166 centimeter. What was the actual, which was 176 centimeter. This is the height discrepancy in this entire case, and the age of blunt force injuries which were not determined in this case. This is the Republic investigation, and the unexplained nail scrapings. All right, let's go to Shambhavi for the latest on what's unfolding, because today is the day that the second autopsy will take place. Shambhavi, what's the latest that you're fetching? The team has already landed in Bhopal.
Well, yes, the team landed just yesterday, a dedicated team of 4 senior doctors from AIIMS Delhi. They flew from the straight charter plane at 6 p.m. yesterday and landed shortly. The post-mortem is set to happen in the morning, so it can happen, then start any time. So a dedicated team of 4 senior doctors from AIIMS Delhi, after a repeated request of Trisha Sharma's family that they wanted a second post-mortem. And this was even before the first post-mortem report was out. They did not need the first post-mortem report to actually claim this. They were very sure that there are going to be discrepancies, there are going to be irregularities in the post-mortem report. And as you very rightly mentioned, a lot of things that were different, from starting from age to height to color of her garments to age of the bruises on her hand, the blunt force abrasions on her hands and on her scalp, and also several other things which were unjustified, because a person hanging or dying by hanging won't have a bruise on several places on the left side of her body or on the scalp of her body. And even the age of it, was it recent, was it a few days ago, and also the circumstances surrounding her death. As you also mentioned, death by strangulation or asphyxiation is because of the lack of air. That is why somebody dies. So is it necessarily by hanging, or is there something more sinister in the play? That we know, and we'll have answers to all these questions today in some time, in a while, once the post-mortem is done, the second post-mortem by the AIIMS Delhi team is done. Senior doctors, by the way, all senior doctors are a part of the team, will be done, and we'll have the report. Shivam.
All right, Shambhavi, thanks a lot for the details. Now, Dr. Dinesh Rao continues to be with us for the latest, for a comment on what will be happening today. He explained the procedure. Dr. Rao, the kind of marks which clearly established, which were of the belt in this case, which was not sent, and also the height difference. Don't you think this forms a criminal negligence in this case? And also action should be initiated against the doctors who were conducting the first post-mortem, including the investigative officer and the police team in totality. Because this is not just criminal negligence, it's part of a cover-up. And they were all working in coordination amongst each other, because otherwise the High Court won't be ordering the second autopsy as per the family demand, sir.
See, definitely in the first post-mortem report, I've been surprised how the investigating officer failed to gather the particular evidence, that is the ligature material, and produce it to the doctor. But I'm sure with the second autopsy team, which has been there in Bhopal, I think the investigating officer will be producing the same in front of them, and opinion can be sought from the second autopsy team. I think the second autopsy team will be able to give the opinion on the material and its usage in that particular offense. Yeah.
All right. So what will be lagging behind? What will be lack from comparatively from the first autopsy report to the second autopsy report? Because the body also decomposes. There's a specific guideline, a specific temperature which has to be maintained, and there were inconsistencies regarding that also. The hospital team, they wanted to hand over the body back to the family for cremation and for other purposes, for funeral, because they were wanting to hand over the body as soon as possible, because that was also sort of part of the cover-up plan, sir.
Yeah, see, definitely the second autopsy will definitely be a challenge because of the preservation-related issues. Because we don't know the type of facilities the AIIMS Bhopal has to preserve the body for such a long duration. And we don't know the type of power backup or the thing. Possibly they should have the adequate facilities. And if there are any lapses in those, definitely it is having a detrimental effect on the tissues or the body itself. And that will be one of the biggest challenge the second autopsy team will face. And I'm sure the team will be able to handle those challenges.
All right, definitely, sir. And when it comes to the preservation of the body, sir, the ideal temperature, where do you think, there was also an option, there was also a request that the body should be taken to Delhi. Would that have been feasible, or this is a better call, the better decision by the court, and in this case that a team should be traveling from Delhi AIIMS teams traveling to Bhopal? Because what about the preservation of the body and the infrastructure that is required for the preservation of the body, the required temperature in this case, sir?
Something hypothetical, it is not that required, but definitely adequate facilities for this, because it is not such a long duration. It's around 10-12 days. The only thing is adequate with 2 to 4 degrees centigrade can sustain, because it is a bloodless body, because the blood has already been drained in the first autopsy. That will help us to preserve for longer duration along with the required temperature which has been maintained in the cold storage. That is number one. And definitely the decision for the team to travel from Delhi to Bhopal is a very good decision, because that is more feasible than lifting the body with adequate cold storage facilities to AIIMS and then conduct. I think this is the best. The only thing is usually the standard procedures is usually we don't do the autopsy in the place where the first autopsy has been done. Usually we take it to the other place other than the place where the first autopsy is done. That is usually the procedure. And more importantly is the photographs. The team has to take good photographs. So that it's more than the videograph. The photographs is very important from high-end cameras with more megapixels, so that we can enlarge and try to compare and contrast with those of the first autopsy pictures or the organs pictures, or the gross examination can be done through the photographs. And photographs will be a very vital part, especially in beside the autopsy. That will be another important duties of the second autopsy team. I think I'm very confident that the second autopsy team will definitely handle this issue. Yeah.
Dr. Rao, if you were the one who would have been leading this entire team, would you exactly follow the same procedure, the same way that it is being followed as of now? Let's go to the second autopsy report, the second autopsy that will be happening right now. And also, I'll just repeat my question. Did you get a call from AIIMS for support or some help in this case, sir?
I just didn't get the question, there is some break in the audio. Yeah.
Sir, I would repeat the question. Did you get a call from AIIMS?
Yeah, no, I think because see, I'm telling you about the general procedures which we have done abroad, abroad second autopsy procedures, what usually we never do in a place where the first autopsy has taken place. Usually the second autopsy will be from a different setup, maybe in a different facilities where we usually shift the body and do. But here in the same region is more feasible than taking out of the state.
Okay,
and definitely the decision for the team to travel to Bhopal and conduct the second autopsy is the right decision. Instead of lifting the body from Bhopal to Delhi. So I'm sure the outcome will be more scientific and adequate and complete examination and complete scientific examination will be done by the second autopsy team. Yeah.
Dr. Rao, did you receive a call from AIIMS?
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Can you repeat,
Dr. Rao,
please?
did you receive a call from AIIMS regarding the second autopsy?
I see. As I said earlier, I haven't got any communication so far from the director of AIIMS. However, one of the senior professor from the forensic department, AIIMS Delhi, contacted me in the night. I think I saw his messages in the night at 10 o'clock, and for which I responded in the morning. But I haven't got any because from the AIIMS director Delhi, I haven't got any information so far.
But what exactly was the communication between you and the team, sir?
Yeah, actually, I'm not able to hear you.
So what exactly was the communication between you and
not able
AIIMS?
to hear you, sir.
Dr. Rao, what exactly was the communication between you that happened with AIIMS, you and AIIMS, sir?
No, actually, I have no. I've just received a message in the night at around 10 o'clock. I saw it because when I woke up in the morning, I saw those messages that they wanted to include me in the team, for which I said, yes, of course, I'm eager to join the team. That's what, because anytime I'm ready to assist the Madhya Pradesh government on behalf of our AIIMS Jammu. I'll be in fact glad and I'd be more interested to join the team and try to assist the government. And so far from the director of AIIMS Delhi, who is supposed to form the panel, I haven't got any information from Director AIIMS. Yeah.
All right. So you're clearly stating the fact that the procedure that is being followed is right on track, and the process that if you would have been leading the team, you would have exactly followed the same procedure in this case, sir. But what about the marks on the body, sir? It's not just. I think we lost the connection in this case. We'll try to re-establish the connection with Dr. Rao, who has clearly mentioned that the videography of the entire process is really important for a comparison. And he said that I was contacted by AIIMS, but no direct communication with the director of AIIMS. But however, I received messages. They wanted me to be part of the team. They wanted me to be included in the team. Now, this is his reply over my question where I asked that, did you get a call from AIIMS? Because the family also wanted Dr. Rao in this case and a senior forensic expert. And he also explained about the procedure that will be followed in this case and the process of the preservation of the body, which is also quite important, and the infrastructure, whether the Bhopal AIIMS has it or not. Now, these are the 10 key lapses in post-mortem that Republic investigation has unraveled. Blunt force injuries not properly dissected, and this is the case. And missing neck X-ray. How can they miss the neck X-ray in this case? And viscera preservation questionable because preserved despite no significant findings. What exactly was the reason? And inconsistent findings, and more inconsistent with the suffocation or strangulation, not hanging because of the height difference, which clearly establishes the fact it's strangulation, height discrepancy. Recorded heights 166 centimeter rather than 176 centimeter. And also undated injury marks, age of blunt force injuries not determined, that whether she was hit by some object also, not just strangulated, and no documented reason for DNA collection in this entire case. Unexplained nail scrapings, inadequate autopsy team. No female doctor was included despite the guidelines that are in place, and the suspect also absconded the potential injuries and drug influence, which was not investigated in this case. So big development in this case. All right. All right, viewers, now let's move on to other top stories. Now, Ankegowda, a 75-year-old former bus conductor from Karnataka and a noted bibliophile, will receive a Padma Shri, India's fourth highest civilian honor from President Draupadi Murmu on Monday. He has been selected under Unsung Heroes category for his exceptional contribution to librarianship and the promotion of reading culture. Ankegowda is the founder of Pustaka Man, one of India's largest free access libraries, which houses more than 15 lakh books. Take a look at this report.
The man with the treasure, Shri Ankegowda M, Padma Shri 2026. Born into a farming family, young Ankegowda developed an interest in books early while at school, beginning with the works of Swami Vivekananda. But it was when he was doing his masters in Kannada, he found a kindred spirit in his professor, K. Ananta Ramaiah, who encouraged him to read widely and voraciously.
Those days, in our village there were no books, so I used to walk for many kilometers to Mysuru just to be able to read.
Ankegowda noticed that other students with a passion for reading had to struggle too. How could knowledge ever reach people if access was so difficult? So even as he began supporting himself through various jobs, from being a bus conductor and even being a timekeeper at a sugar factory, he quietly began working on realizing a dream.
I was determined to build a library where students can freely read and learn. Let their minds soar and be what they want to be. Aspire for IAS, IPS, KPS and more.
From his modest earnings, he began to buy his first sets of books. Soon it grew into a small library. Students began to trickle in. As his investments increased, the trickle became a flood, with students thronging his library from far and wide. All this was made possible purely on the strength of his commitment. The bulk of his earnings and the proceeds from the sale of some property went into this mission, and through this endeavor, he had the unwavering support of his wife and son, and also a school teacher called Basavanna, who resigned his regular job to join the cause.
I have come here to study for my civil service exam, and I can find all the relevant books that I need.
I came casually with my friends and seeing sheer number of books, and I was totally hooked.
Today, Shri Ankegowda's library has 20 lakh books, including many rare ones, which he has searched, tracked down and purchased. In fact, now people even come forward to donate good books to this library to ensure their preservation.
Building this was never a burden. Just look around you at all the happy, contented faces. That I am able to give back to thousands when I had so little is a blessing in itself. I feel that God chose me for this purpose.
Shri Ankegowda M, Padma Shri 2026.
Koti koti namaskara.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support?
It's time for the redefinition of the new Bharat, diplomacy of a new Bharat. And today India is speaking to the world with clarity, confidence and strategic purpose. And everybody has their eyes on what Bharat is doing, what Bharat is saying. And today we have a special guest who in fact has in his own voice, he calls himself ordinary son of India, but his views and his impact, in fact, in expressing those views has been extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage former diplomat, Mr. Deepak Vora.
Thank you very much, ma'am. नेवी साहब, एयरफोर्स साहब, बिजनेस साहब और आप सब लोग 15 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, वादा है. जोर से ताली बजाओगे तो 12 मिनट बोलूँगा. इंडिया बिकम्स भारत. इंडिया जा रहा है, उसकी जगह भारत आ गया है. विक्टर ह्यूगो एक व्यक्ति था, उसने कहा था कि दुनिया की कोई ताकत उस आइडिया को रोक नहीं सकती जिसका समय आ गया हो. ये देखिए, एक किताब है रिटन बाय अ लेडी कॉल्ड अलीसा आयरिस, एन अमेरिकन डिप्लोमेट. इसका नाम है आवर टाइम हैज कम, हाउ इंडिया इज मेकिंग इट्स प्लेस इन द वर्ल्ड. मेरी फ्रेंड है, गर्लफ्रेंड नहीं है. अभी कोई ब्रेकअप नहीं हुआ है, अभी फ्रेंड है. और इन्होंने इस किताब में लिखा है कि ये भारत का दशक नहीं, दिस इज इंडिया सेंचुरी. अब जामवंत की हमने बात की थी, आप लोग सब जानते हैं कौन था. वो भालू था. जब भगवान श्री हनुमान सीता माँ को नहीं ढूंढ पा रहे थे, ही वेंट इनटू डिप्रेशन. ये माइथोलॉजी नहीं है, सन्स एंड डॉटर्स ऑफ इंडिया, ये मेरा इतिहास है, लिविंग हिस्ट्री. ही वेंट इनटू डिप्रेशन, खाना पीना बंद कर दिया. लोगों ने कहा ही मे नॉट सर्वाइव. जामवंत ने फिर आके कहा, हनुमान अपनी ताकत याद कर. और फिर आपको मालूम है उसके बाद क्या हुआ. ही डिस्कवर्ड सीता माँ, ही गेव हर द मैसेज, और उन्होंने सीता को ढूंढ लिया. अब मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कि पिछले महीने एक मज़ेदार चीज़ हुई थी. सम ऑफ यू आर अवेयर, यू मे नॉट हैव नोटिस्ड दिस. वी मेड द वर्ल्ड्स मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फास्ट ब्रीडर रिएक्टर. फास्ट ब्रीडर में क्या होता है, आपकी गाड़ी 1 लीटर में 10 किलोमीटर आपको देती है, वो भी 10 किलोमीटर देगा 1 लीटर में, पर उस लीटर को यूज़ करते हुए 2 लीटर और प्रोड्यूस करता है. इट्स कॉल्ड अ ब्रीडर, अ फास्ट ब्रीडर. और दुनिया में ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है इसके कमर्शियल यूज़ की, एक देश के पास है, उसका नाम भारत है. ताली बजाइए. और फिर आपको ये भी पता है कि 24-25 अप्रैल को बिजली डिमांड इन भारत वॉज द हाइएस्ट इन आवर हिस्ट्री, हायर देन इट हैज एवर बीन. हमारा ग्रिड नहीं टूटा था. इट वॉज 260 और 255 गीगावाट्स, क्योंकि सूर्य देवता ने 1/3 ऑफ दैट एनर्जी हमें दान में दी थी. दिस इज इंडिया सोलर एनर्जी क्षेत्र. आप समझ रहे हैं कितने शातिर खिलाड़ी हैं जिन लोगों ने इसकी बात की है. राज्य अनेक, राष्ट्र एक, समाज अनेक, भारत ये हुई ना बात। अब आज के आधुनिक जामवंत आज हमारी जिंदगी है। बेटा वेदर यू लाइक हिम और नॉट, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। लोग मुझे कहते हैं कि आप नरेंद्र मोदी के चमचे हो, मैंने कहा गलत है, मैं महाचमचा हूं। बिकॉज वॉट ही इज डूइंग फॉर द कंट्री, वेरी फ्यू पीपल हैव डन दिस। उन्होंने आज मुझको मेरी ताकत याद करा दी है, माई सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, माई सेल्फ बिलीफ, माई सेल्फ एस्टीम। अब मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा था जब मैं सुन रहा था इनको कहते हुए कि ये मेरा सिद्धांत, हमारा सिद्धांत है, हम घर में घुस के मारेंगे। जनरल साहब, मुझे तो कॉलेज में बताया गया था, स्कूल में कोई यहाँ तमाचा मारे बोलो टाइगर यहाँ भी मार दे, कोई पेट में लात मारे तो बोलो पीठ पे भी मार दे। मैं तो गांधीवादी था ना सर। दैट इज द सिद्धांत दैट आई हैड लर्न्ड। मुझे ये समझ नहीं आया था। फिर मैं गया महाकुंभ मेले पे सर, किन्नर अखाड़ा में एक महात्मा आई थी, मैडम, उनके चरणों में बैठ के मैंने कहा कि ये क्या बोल रहा है प्राइम मिनिस्टर। मेरी इतनी औकात नहीं है उसको बोलूं सर आप क्या कह रहे हैं। कहती है आपको याद है आखिरी चीज हनुमान ने क्या की थी। मैंने कहा महल को आग लगा दी थी। कहती राजदूत, हजारों साल पहले हमने घर में घुस के मारा था। और फिर जब हमने पिटाई की थी ना सर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में, वो कौन सा देश है हमारा पड़ोसी, नाम भूल जाता हूं, ऐसा ही कुछ नाम है उसका, तो वहां की जो खेती मार्शल है वो एक गाना गा रहा था, पता है कौन सा गाना, डार्लिंग तेरे लिए सब खत्म हो गया। हम लोग सब अपनी सच्चाई में नहीं थे। सन्स एंड डॉटर्स ऑफ इंडिया, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस माई सेल्फ प्रॉपर्ली। मेरी उम्र 75 साल की है एंड आई एम वेरी गुड लुकिंग। माई फादर्स फैमिली वॉज फ्रॉम गजनी इन अफगानिस्तान, तो मेरे अंदर पठान का खून है। माई मदर बिलोंग टू अ सिख फैमिली। अभी आप कह रहे हैं कि भारत का नक्शा टेढ़ा क्यों है, नॉर्थ साउथ ईस्ट वेस्ट, किसने बोला आपको? ऊपर है, नीचे है, लेफ्ट पे है, राइट पे। कोई अंग्रेज का बच्चा आके कह गया था मर्काटर, हम सब उसको फॉलो करते हैं। भारत के पुराने नक्शे देखिए, गोल हैं। दैट्स व्हाई वी टॉक ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एज वन फैमिली। नो नॉर्थ, नो साउथ, नो ईस्ट, नो वेस्ट। वो भारत है, वो इंडिया नहीं है। गोरे के बच्चे ही हमको कह गए थे, वी फॉलो इट ब्लाइंडली, नॉट एनी मोर। तो गोरों को क्या कहेंगे? सन्स एंड डॉटर्स ऑफ इंडिया, वेस्टर्न ओपिनियंस अबाउट इंडिया। आप लोगों की उम्र बहुत कम है, बट इवन इन द 50s, even when I went to Paris on my first posting, जनरल साहब in 1975 भारत के बारे में क्या कहते थे? desperately poor, overpopulated, no technology, गुलाम हैं, low self esteem, malnourished, खाने पीने को नहीं है, इनके पास भ्रष्टाचार बहुत है, religious and ethnic conflict. This was the dominant image of India। और कहते थे भारत टूट जाएगा। हम टूटे नहीं हैं, हम वहीं के वहीं हैं और मजबूत हो गए हैं हम लोग। यू नो, टुडे एवरीबॉडी एंड हिज ग्रैंडमदर वांट्स टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द इंडिया स्टोरी। प्राइम मिनिस्टर यूरोप गए हैं, क्यों आते हैं रायसीना डायलॉग के लिए? 110, 120, 130 देश क्यों आते हैं? छोले खाने यहाँ पर? आपका मार्केट, आपकी ताकत उनको चाहिए। वी आर एक्सेप्शनल। द अरब लीग का नाम सुना है? 22 देश हैं, एक भाषा बोलते हैं, अरब लीग। हम एक देश हैं, हम 22 भाषाएं बोलते हैं। लुक एट द थ्रिल ऑफ बीइंग एन इंडियन। देखो दुनिया को का सिखा रहे हैं। वी आर अ रोल मॉडल फॉर द डेवलपिंग वर्ल्ड। मैं 3 अफ्रीकन देशों में स्पेशल एडवाइजर हूं, 54 कंट्रीज इन अफ्रीका। दे ऑल से वी वांट टू बी लाइक इंडिया, लेकिन एक दो हैं वो कहते हैं हम यूरोप की तरह बनेंगे जी। डिफाइनिंग फीचर ऑफ दिस सेंचुरी, जब भारत का दुनिया का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा 21st सेंचुरी, राइज 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 एंड राइज ऑफ भारत, और कुछ नहीं होगा। सन्स एंड डॉटर्स ऑफ इंडिया जो हम कर रहे हैं, किसी को झूठा नहीं साबित कर रहे। इट्स एन एक्ट ऑफ डिफायंस। चाणक्य ने 2400 साल पहले कहा था, ये 6 चीजें जल्दी से समाप्त करता हूं इसके बाद। फर्स्ट थिंग दैट अ कंट्री नीड्स टू बी ग्रेट इज लीडरशिप। 32 देशों ने नरेंद्र मोदी को अपने सबसे बड़े सम्मान दिए हैं। 32 देशों ने, मोर देन एनी अदर लीडर इन द वर्ल्ड। एंड 9 ऑफ दीज 32 कंट्रीज आर मुस्लिम कंट्रीज सर। कैन यू बिलीव दिस? ये नरेंद्र मोदी और हिंदुत्व रोते रहते हैं, और ये अपने हाईएस्ट नेशनल ऑनर्स इस व्यक्ति को दे रहे हैं हु रिप्रेजेंट्स इंडिया। फिर उसने कहा था डिप्लोमेसी मस्ट बी द बेस्ट। चाणक्य ने कहा था, मैंने नहीं, वो तो मेरे दादा के दादा के दादा के दादा के दादा के दादा का परदादा था ना वो, तो उसने यही कहा था। किसको बोला गया था कि जाके यूक्रेन और रूस के बीच में समझौता कराओ? कौन सा देश गया था? हम गए थे। अभी दोनों विदेश मंत्री, वो बाबरची नहीं, जो भी उसका नाम है, ईरान वाला, हाँ वही, और वो सर्गी लैवरोव क्या बोलते हैं, अगर वहां पे जंग रुकवाना है किसको बोलो? भारत को बोलो. Look at the respect that they have for our diplomacy. So Chanakya साहब, thank you very much. Economy already in the top 4. मैं कुछ चैनल पे अजी अब तो हम 6th हो गए हैं. और टाइगर तेरे को क्यों खुशी हो रही है अगर हम 6th हो गए? I'm an economist by training. How does it matter if I'm 156th? मेरी per capita तो वही है ना. जब मेरा निर्माण हुआ था भारत में 500 कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी से कितने बेटा? 500. आज 60,000 है. I have 60,000 colleges and universities in India today, 15 lakh schools. I build 2 colleges every day. I build 1 university every week. I build 1 medical college every month. दुनिया में कोई नहीं कर सकता ये जो भारत कर रहा है. अमेरिका की आबादी 34 करोड़ की है. कितने की है? 34 करोड़. मेरे पास 34 करोड़ विद्यार्थी हैं. ताकत देख रहे हैं भारत की आप लोग? ताली बजाते रहो, अच्छा लगेगा. World's largest digital public infrastructure. By the way, जनरल साहब, आप खड़े होइए सर, उधर देखिए पीछे की तरफ. आपको कह रहा हूँ, जनरल साहब पीछे देखिए जरा. अब आप लोग सच दिल पे हाथ रखे, पठान का बेटा झूठ नहीं बोलता. आप किसी को जानते हो जिसके पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं है? चाहे आपके घर में कोई भी हो. कभी देखा आपने किसी को? 140 करोड़ की आबादी के लिए 138 करोड़ स्मार्टफोन्स. पागल हो गए हैं हम लोग. आपको मालूम है 1 सेकंड के अंदर हम 6,600 डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस करते हैं. 6,600. एवरेज टाइम लेस देन 2 seconds. पागल हो गए हैं. कैशलेस फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन लास्ट ईयर यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स 300 करोड़, चीन 1700 करोड़, भारत 12,000 करोड़. दिस इज 2025 ऑफिशियल फिगर्स. 34 किलोमीटर हाईवे एक दिन में मैं बनाता हूं. 12 किलोमीटर रेलवे लाइन मैं बनाता हूं एक दिन के अंदर. 100 किलोमीटर एक्सप्रेसवे 100 घंटे में मैं बनाता हूं और कोई नहीं बना पाता. और 8 नए हवाई अड्डे 1 साल के अंदर मैं बनाता हूं. यह भारत है. और 1 साल में आई मेक मोर लोकोमोटिव्स देन यूरोप एंड अमेरिका कंबाइंड. हुई ना बात? मोर देन देम. भारत रेलवे इंजन्स बनाता है, लोकोमोटिव्स. दिवाली पे आप लोगों ने $70 बिलियन खर्च किए थे. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. बिलियन में 9 शून्य होते हैं. And 90% of what you bought was made in India. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. So I'm going to end now at 25. हमारी median age है 25. यानी आधे भारतवासी मेरी तरह और आपकी तरह 29 साल से कम है और आधे थोड़े से 29 साल से ज़्यादा है. The oldest country in the world is Japan. Sir, उनकी median age जनरल साहब is 49. और हमारी जवानी को देखकर आप लोगों को बेटा देखकर दुनिया क्या कहती है? कहते हैं कि पीछे मुड़ के देख. नॉट ऑलवेज लाइक दिस. 60s and 70s हमारी हालत बहुत खराब थी बेटा. 66, 67 वी फेस्ड फैमिन. खाने को नहीं था. आपकी प्रधानमंत्री अमेरिका गई थी अनाज मांगने और अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति कहते हैं भीख मांगने आई है. अरे कमीने, ऐसा नहीं कहते भारत की प्रधानमंत्री को. अकल नहीं है अमली को, घमंड बहुत है. शी केम बैक एंड शी सेड नेवर अगेन. और आज बेटा मेरे गोदामों में इतना चावल है. दीज आर गवर्नमेंट फिगर्स. इतना चावल, इतना अनाज है, 1 साल के लिए पूरी दुनिया को खिला सकता हूं मैं. ये भारत है. हमसे कहा गया था सोमवार को मत खाओ. हमारे बच्चे जनरल साहब जो यहां बैठे हैं, इनको मालूम नहीं है भूख क्या होती है. मुझसे पूछो. 2 साल के लिए हमसे कहा गया था कि सोमवार को मत खाओ. 104 सोमवार होते हैं. 104 सोमवार बेटा मैं भूखा सोया हूं. आई हैव स्लेप्ट हंग्री. नॉट बिकॉज देयर वाज नो फूड, बट इट वॉज एन इमरजेंसी एंड आई डिड नॉट ईट. आज तक रूह कांपती है जब मैं उसे याद करता हूँ. आपको मालूम नहीं है कि भूख क्या चीज़ होती है. डू यू नो दैट फॉर द लास्ट 23 years हम किसी देश से मदद नहीं लेते? नॉट $1. वी हेल्प 150 countries. वी आर नो लॉन्गर अ सीकर ऑफ एड, वी आर अ डोनर ऑफ एड टू मेनी कंट्रीज. अरे हमारी टोटल प्राइवेट वेल्थ, जल्दी से मैं समाप्त करना चाहता था. हमारी टोटल प्राइवेट वेल्थ इज $8.2 ट्रिलियन. ट्रिलियन में 12 शून्य होते हैं. 12 शून्य इन 1 ट्रिलियन. सर नंबर 1 हम किस पे खर्च करते हैं? ब्यूटी पार्लर पे. कभी कभी जाती है ना बेटी, कभी कभी. मेरे देश के अंदर 6.5 लाख गांव और शहर हैं. 6.5 लाख और 1 करोड़ ब्यूटी पार्लर हैं. आप भी जाते हैं कभी कभी. मैं भी जाता हूं बाल बनवाने के लिए कभी कभी. कर्नल साहब, ट्रूली अमेजिंग व्हाट वी डू. 1947 में कहते हैं हम आज़ाद हुए थे. बकवास करते हैं. मुझे तोड़ दिया गया था. मेरा मन वहीं फंसा हुआ था, मेरा जिस्म आज़ाद. सर जनरल साहब, माय फादर वाज वन ऑफ द मेनी हु फॉट फॉर द ब्रिटिश एम्पायर इन द सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर. मैंने कभी माफ़ नहीं किया सर उनको. अगर हम ना लड़ते द रिजल्ट्स वुड हैव बीन, और अंग्रेज़ों ने झूठ बोला था आज़ादी देंगे, उस वक्त केवल मेरा जिस्म आज़ाद हुआ था। फिर जब नेताजी, हमारे तो 25 लाख भारतवासी लड़े थे ब्रिटिश सरकार के लिए और 25,000 लेकर, बेटा बी प्राउड ऑफ द फैक्ट ये निकलता है, तुम मुझे खून दो मैं तुम्हें आज़ादी दूंगा। जिस दिन उसकी मूर्ति को विराजमान किया उस दिन मेरा ज्ञान आज़ाद हुआ, चंद्रयान गया जहाँ कोई नहीं गया, मेरा आत्मविश्वास आज़ाद हुआ। आपका धर्म आपको मुबारक हो, मैं तो सनातनी हूँ। जिस दिन राम लल्ला अपने घर गए मेरी आत्मा आज़ाद हो गई उस दिन। दिस इज भारत। चाइना ने अपना विजिटिंग कार्ड 200 देशों को भेजा था, उस पर ऊपर लिखा हुआ था वायरस। हमने 200 देशों को भेजा सा, उस पर लिखा था वैक्सीन। ये है फर्क हमारे में और उनमें। और एक आदमी है, आपने नाम सुना होगा, अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति है मैकडोनल्ड, सॉरी क्या नाम है इसका, जो भी है, तो उसको भी हमने भेजे थे और वो कहता है इंडिया हैज बीन ग्रेट, वी विल नेवर फॉरगेट। हैव यू हर्ड दिस एक्सप्रेशन इन इंग्लिश, व्हेन द गोइंग गेट्स टफ द टफ गेट गोइंग, यू हर्ड दिस? तो एक लाइन ऐड कर दीजिए, व्हेन द गोइंग गेट्स टफेस्ट द इंडियंस गेट गोइंग। ये ताकत है आप लोगों की। 5,000 हमारे डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज, वार्ड बॉयज, एम्बुलेंस ड्राइवर्स, दे डाइड। माय ओन डॉक्टर, ही वाज 38, आई वाज 70। क्या बोलूं उसकी पत्नी से, क्या बोलूं उसकी विधवा से? मैं उसके चरण देखता हूं, उसकी आंखें नहीं देख सकता। चला गया मुझे बचाते हुए। व्हाई? आई शुड हैव गॉन, नॉट हिम। लेकिन ये परंपरा है इस देश की, कुर्बानी देने की। सा वी हेल्प ईच अदर, वी डाई फॉर ईच अदर। ये भारत है। सिक्किम में भूकंप आया था, जल्दी से मैं खत्म कर रहा हूं, ये फोटो देख लीजिएगा। 300 जगह सड़क टूटी हुई थी, फ्रॉम गैंगटॉक द कैपिटल ऑफ सिक्किम टू सिलीगुड़ी। 300 जगह। कब तक हेलीकॉप्टर से अपने लोगों को आप भोजन खिलाओगे? 2011 सितंबर में। उस समय हमने एक यूरोपियन कंपनी से पूछा कितना टाइम लगाओगे सड़क बनाने में? बोले 9 महीने लगेंगे और इतने करोड़ डॉलर। 2011 we didn't have the money. Then we asked border roads. I think some of the officers here may have been affiliated with border roads. वो फ़ोन मैंने किया था उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल को। मैंने कहा साहब पूछ रहे हैं उस समय पीएम कि कितना टाइम लगाओगे? And as I stand before you, बेटा झूठ बोलना मेरी फितरत नहीं है। 19 hours later he called. He said, Ambassador, सड़क खुल चुकी है। 19 hours और वो 9 महीने मांग रहे थे। बेटा ये ताकत है। हमारे 22 बच्चे शहीद हो गए थे, like this kid. I went to a Sikkimese home, General Bakshi. The boy's body was lying outside. She hadn't cremated her son. 26 साल का था। Money was not an issue. Government will give, Sikkim government, federal government, army gave, border roads. I asked her, I said, बहन तेरे लिए और क्या कर सकता हूँ? कहती आप तो स्पेशल एडवाइज़र हैं, एक छोटा बेटा है 24 साल का, उसको बॉर्डर रोड्स में नौकरी दिलवा दे। ऐसे बहन क्या कह रही हैं? आपका बड़ा बेटा तो बॉर्डर रोड्स में अमर हो गया। कहती हाँ, छोटे को मौका दो ना, वक्त आने पर वो भी अमर हो जाए। What a mother this woman was. I've never met her since. मेरी आंखों में जब पानी आया, उसके दोनों हाथ मैंने अपने हाथों में लिए, कहा माँ अगर मेरा जन्म भारत में होता है, तेरी जैसी माँ की कोख से हो, वक्त आने पर मुझे कुर्बान कर देना इस देश पर। और तब मैं समझा बेटा हम भारतवासी इसलिए नहीं है कि हम भारत में बसते हैं, हम भारतवासी इसलिए हैं कि भारत हम में बसता है। इंडिया लिव्स इन अस। 1924, 102 साल पहले 1 लाख अंग्रेजों ने 30 करोड़ भारतवासियों पर हुकूमत की थी। हम 30 करोड़, वो 1 लाख, ये कैसे हो गया? क्या गलती की हमने? गलती की थे ना? की थे कि नहीं? तो आज भारत का भविष्य कौन लिखेगा? अरे लिखोगे कि नहीं? जोर से बोलो। हम लिखेंगे। बोलो कौन लिखेगा? कोई पैदा नहीं हुआ। विकसित भारत 2047, I'll be 96. I don't wish to be alive till then, sir. जल्दी जाऊंगा, जल्दी लौट के आऊंगा। तो विकसित भारत से एक चीज कहता हूं भाई, एक झलक तो दिखला जा। I thank you so much. मेरा मानना है कि भगवान भी भारतीय है। How's the जोश? How's the जोश? Thank you very much, sons and daughters of India. अरे खड़े होके ताली बजाओ, मजा आएगा। खड़े होके और मजा आएगा। Thank you so much. Thank you everybody.
Mr. Deepak Vora, always bringing smiles to all our faces and leaving us in this electrifying atmosphere. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the rock star, Mr. Deepak Vora. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Trisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Trisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Trisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case so?
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape.
Suspicion, whatever that is there that you wanted to clear.
I wanted to clear that any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a district judge, at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों?
चलो.
समझ बड़े भाई आप ऐसे हाथ
प्लीज नोट मैडम.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Trisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Trisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Trisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, you're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and Republic's relentless campaign for justice for Trisha continues. And in the latest breakthrough, after the Madhya Pradesh High Court has directed the AIIMS New Delhi to conduct a second post-mortem, the team of doctors has now reached Bhopal to conduct a second post-mortem on Trisha's death case. The mystery of questions all flagged by Republic. Republic continued to ask the serious questions and also flagged the lapses, the inconsistencies in the post-mortem report. We will get you all the details from the ground as well, but first take a look at the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Supreme Court takes up Trisha Sharma death case. Three-bench judge led by the Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, to hear the case on Monday. Republic's relentless campaign ensures top court to take suo motu cognizance of Trisha Sharma death case. Big win for Trisha Sharma's family as Supreme Court takes up the case. Special AIIMS board to conduct Trisha Sharma's second post-mortem in Bhopal today. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar before participating in Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Delhi. A shooting was reported near the White House today. Donald Trump was inside during the incident, and the suspect has been shot and killed by security forces. Viewers, we have a big updates coming in. At the moment, Republic's campaign continues to produce impact on the ground. A 4-member medical team from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences has landed in Bhopal to conduct a second post-mortem examination of Trisha Sharma following directions issued by the Madhya Pradesh High Court. The Madhya Pradesh High Court had earlier ordered that a new medical examination be conducted by specialists from AIIMS Delhi. The doctors have reportedly travelled to Bhopal with advanced medical equipment required for the procedure, and this comes after multiple irregularities were found in the first post-mortem report, including bluish and injury marks found all over Trisha's body. Even the height recorded was different from Trisha's actual height, as exposed by Republic in its continued campaign for justice for Trisha. And now a team of Bhopal team has now reached Bhopal. Right, I'm now joined by Sambhavi, who is now on the ground from Bhopal, who has been tracking this story at great detail. And Sambhavi has, in fact, more details for us. Sambhavi, very good morning to you. And we are getting reports that a team of doctors has now reached Bhopal, and the second autopsy, as directed by the Madhya Pradesh High Court, is set to begin soon. Can you tell us more details into that?
Well, definitely. Just day before yesterday, Madhya Pradesh government has asked and has approved a second post-mortem has been asked by Trisha Sharma's family time and again. Even before the second post-mortem report was out. And they've been asking, they've already alleged, even before the report was out, that there are going to be irregularities, there are going to be discrepancies in the report. And that was true. That is absolutely true, because in the post-mortem, there's several things wrong. Not just post-mortem, even the FIR at very minuscule thing like the age of the victim has also been like 3 different ages at 3 different places. That is the condition of this entire investigation, of this entire case since the start. And post-mortem report did not help, be it the height, be it the color of garments, be it the presence of bruises, be the age of the bruises. When was that bruise inflicted on Trisha? A lot of questions which have risen out of the post-mortem report. So now that the Madhya Pradesh government has allowed, Madhya Pradesh High Court has allowed the second post-mortem to be conducted, a dedicated team of 4 senior doctors, a team of senior doctors are conducting this post-mortem. Was flown from the state charter plane just yesterday at around 6 p.m. and today the second post-mortem is set to happen. Definitely new details are going to come up because there has been, even Republic has spoken to several forensic experts who have claimed that there are irregularities with the report. There is something which is not sitting right. So we will get our answers, all our answers today once the report is out. And we will keep bringing you the latest updates about what happens after the post-mortem too, what comes in the post-mortem report, and every little thing which will answer not just the Trisha's family's questions, but Republic's actively campaigning against Trisha's, for Trisha's justice for Trisha, as well as every citizen of this country who's been equally invested, emotionally invested in this case. Amrita.
Right, definitely, Sambhavi. In fact, you have been there on the ground, on the spot, and been at the foremost position, in fact, with Republic, and even meeting with the mother-in-law and questioning those questions which they refused to answer, especially regarding the calls that she made and also regarding the lapses in the post-mortem report. And now, Sambhavi, I'd like to know from you is that earlier, about a few days ago, the Madhya Pradesh High Court has in fact directed the police to preserve her body. And what about the condition of her body as of now, as you are getting the reports, because the post-mortem will be conducted, that was preserved for a possible post-mortem during that time as well. Are you getting report of any of the condition of the body as of now? It's been almost 2 weeks now.
Definitely, Amrita. See, there are 2 things when we come to the preservation of body. A is storing of the body at -4 degrees. Even we spoke to the hospital. Republic spoke to several experts. They've clearly stated that a body can very well be preserved at -4 degrees Celsius. It is absolutely possible for a body to be preserved at -4 degrees Celsius for several days at length. A lot of them even made a very solid point that at Mount Everest and at such mountains, there are many people who are lost, many people who died. Their body is still preserved in that ice. It is not decomposing. It is still preserved. And it's not -80 degrees there. So -80 degrees was not required from the very beginning. That was just coercion. That was just trying to coerce family into taking the body so that a second post-mortem.
जो टाइटल है वो अपने आप में बहुत रिफ्लेक्ट करता है बेटा, ये सभी देश मध्य प्रदेश वासियों की।
जी, मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सो मोटो ले लिया है और काफी गंभीर टिप्पणियां की हैं। उन्होंने लापरवाही को उजागर किया है, पूरे सिस्टम को कटघरे में खड़ा किया है।
So we thank again everyone who's been part of this since the beginning. It's one step towards the fight. We again thank again everyone. But we're just waiting. Abhi 2nd PM hai. We're really waiting for it. We want the answers so we can go about it.
2nd PM होने के बाद अंतिम संस्कार का कुछ प्लान किया आपने, कहाँ, यहाँ या?
अभी मैं कमेंट नहीं करना चाहूंगी. एक बार हो जाए, we let you all know. Thank you again. Thank you.
तो देखिए, परिवार जो है वो एम्स पहुंच चुका है। त्रिशा के पिता, त्रिशा की भाभी, त्रिशा के भाई मेजर हर्षित, सभी इन लोगों को डॉक्टर्स ने जो है यहाँ पर बुलाया है, क्योंकि एक तो परिवार के साइन होंगे, उनके बिना, परिवार के साइन के बिना पोस्टमार्टम नहीं हो सकता। दूसरी चीज ये जो मैं आपको बड़ी बात बताना चाहता हूँ इस पूरे मामले में, चूंकि जो डॉक्टर्स का पैनल है वो परिवार से बातचीत करेगा, उसके बाद पीएमसी
का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों का सहयोग दिखाई दे रहे हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
आज 2nd पोस्टमार्टम होना है, टीम आ गई है, क्या लगता है कुछ नए डेवलपमेंट्स होंगे, क्योंकि फर्स्ट पीएम से आप सेटिस्फाइड नहीं?
सर फर्स्ट पीएम में आप देखेंगे बहुत सारी शॉर्टकमिंग्स थी, ऐसा हमें लगता है, और सेकंड पीएम से हमें पूरी उम्मीद है। और सेकंड पीएम की रिपोर्ट कुछ ना कुछ हमारे लिए भी चीज़ें लेके आएगी कि जो फर्स्ट पीएम में शायद मे भी हो सकता है कि उनके इन्फ्लुएंस में वो चीज़ें नहीं आ पाई हो, या डॉक्टर से मान लो कोई चूक रही भी गई होगी तो सेकंड पीएम में वो क्लैरिटी ज़्यादा मिल पाएगी और कहीं ना कहीं भरसंभव की चीज़ें उसमें सामने आएंगी।
बड़ी बात यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इस पूरे मामले में अब सुओ मोटो ले लिया है, उनने वो खुद इस पर जो है सुनवाई करेगी कल, तो इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
अच्छा है, पॉजिटिव साइन है कि जुडिशरी भी एक्शन में आ रही है। जैसा कि पहले हम काफ़ी दिन से परेशान हो रहे थे, यहाँ कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो रही थी, कोर्ट में भी सारी चीज़ें हमारे साथ हो रही थी, बट अभी सुई मोटो जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने लिया है, मुझे उम्मीद है कि वहाँ से कुछ ना कुछ निकल के आ पाएगा।
लास्ट राइट की बात लगातार चल रही है, क्या आपको लगता है कि आज जैसे ऑटोप्सी हो जाएगी तो उसके तुरंत बाद क्या आप ये डॉक्टर से कंसल्ट करके करेंगे? पूरा जो
डॉक्टर से ही कंसल्ट करके करेंगे कि क्या रहता है उसमें लास्ट राइट का, फिर उसी हिसाब से डिसीजन लेंगे। थैंक यू।
Right, that was my colleague Satya Vijay, who is also on the ground zero at AIIMS Bhopal.
को फॉलो करने के लिए बाकी सभी मीडिया भाइयों का, देशवासियों का, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप लोगों का ऐसा ही सहयोग आगे जारी रहना चाहिए जब तक हम न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक नज़ीर बनेगी पूरे एमपी के लिए। इस सुओ मोटो लिया है चीफ जस्टिस ने, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उनका कि एक उनका जो टाइटल है वो अपने आप में बहुत रिफ्लेक्ट करता है। बेटा ये सभी देश मध्य प्रदेश वासियों के लिए, पूरे भारतवासियों के लिए एक नज़ीर बनेगा। ये आप देखना कि अब न्याय मिलेगा, कोई क्राइम करने से पहले सोचेगा 10 बार।
क्या लगता है चीजें क्लियर हो जाएंगी तो पहले पीएम में?
जी बिल्कुल। देखिए PM2 इसीलिए होता है, PM2 का मतलब ये होता है कि जो क्लैरिटी आपको पहले राउंड में नहीं मिली है वो सेकंड राउंड में मिलेगा।
Well, that was Trisha's father answering to media questions as well. And as well, my colleague Satya Vijay was also on the ground at the AIIMS Bhopal today as a team of the doctors from Delhi have reached the hospital ahead of the second post-mortem on Trisha's mortal remains. Let's take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague from the ground in Bhopal.
त्रिशा शर्मा संदिग्ध सुसाइड के इस मामले में एम्स के एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टरों की टीम जो है वो पहुंच चुकी है। आप जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं इसमें जो डॉक्टरों की एक्सपर्ट टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर आप देखिए जो है पहुंची हुई है और कुछ देर बाद पोस्टमार्टम जो है वो किया जाना है। आप यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, ये तस्वीरें वो एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो त्रिशा शर्मा का सेकंड पीएम करेगा, वो पैनल यहाँ पर एक्सपर्ट्स का पैनल जो है एम्स भोपाल पहुंच चुका है और इनके हाथ में कुछ आप देखिए जो बैग हैं ये वो अत्याधुनिक इक्विपमेंट हैं जिनका सपोर्ट लिया जाएगा। तो चूंकि आज सेकंड पीएम इसलिए भी जरूरी है क्योंकि परिवार ने साफ तौर पर कहा कि ये आत्महत्या नहीं हत्या का मामला है और कई सवाल और संदेह परिवार ने खड़े किए हैं, जो चोट के निशान हैं, जो हाइट्स का इशू है और इसके अलावा मल्टीपल इंजरी की जो बात है, इन सब के लिहाज से सेकंड पीएम काफ़ी ज़रूरी है। और एम्स के एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टरों की जो टीम है वो एम्स भोपाल में मर्चुरी जो है सबगृह जिसे कहते हैं यहाँ पर पहुँच चुकी है। अब आज एम्स के जो एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर हैं जो कि दिल्ली से आए वो सेकंड पीएम करेंगे। इस दौरान जो है फर्स्ट पीएम की जो वीडियोग्राफी हुई थी उसको भी एनालिसिस करेंगे, उसको देखेंगे। फर्स्ट पीएम रिपोर्ट जो आई थी उसका भी एनालिसिस करेंगे और सेकंड पीएम के बाद जो एक कंप्लीट अध्ययन जो करने के बाद दोनों तीनों रिपोर्ट्स का, वीडियोग्राफी का और जिस स्पॉट पर ऐसी भी इनपुट्स हैं कि जिस स्पॉट पर फांसी लगाई वहाँ भी ये टीम जा सकती है। तो कुल मिलाकर काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण दिन है क्योंकि आज सेकंड पीएम होने के बाद जो कई ऐसे अनसुलझे सवाल हैं उन पर से पर्दा उठ सकता है और इसके अलावा अब सेकंड पीएम होने के बाद ये भी रास्ता तय हो जाएगा कि त्रिशा का अंतिम संस्कार कब और कहाँ होगा।
Well, that was the ground report from Bhopal by our colleague Vijay, and bringing you latest on the Trisha murder and the Trisha case as well. But for now, let us shift our attention to another story. Retired chief architect from Arunachal Pradesh, Sri Ti Gubin, will receive the Padma Shri, India's fourth highest civilian honor, from the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, on Monday. He has been conferred the Padma Shri for his contribution to public service, grassroots development, and the preservation of indigenous traditions. In his professional life, Gubin served the government of Arunachal Pradesh in key architectural and housing roles. He was the Director of Housing from 2005 to 2024 and retired as Chief Architect on October 31st, 2024. His contributions to public infrastructure and housing development have earned him respect across the state. Take a look at this report that honors the legacy of a life dedicated to service, culture, and community.
A nation is not held together by borders alone. It is held together by the quiet faith of a people who refuse to let their traditions die. The architect of identity, Ti Gubin, Padma Shri 2026. Born in 1964 in KB, Arunachal Pradesh, he grew up within the traditions of the Nishi tribe, a community deeply rooted in the indigenous Donyi Polo faith. He lost his mother when he was 4 years old. He retreated inwards. He loved to draw, often lost in his own world. Drawing sharpened his observation of the world around him. His journey would take him far beyond his village. He travelled across the country to study architecture at the prestigious Chandigarh College of Architecture, graduating in 1988. Ti Gubin joined the Arunachal Pradesh Public Works Department, eventually rising to become the chief architect of the state. For decades, he helped shape the built landscape of Arunachal, designing housing, planning urban spaces, and guiding public infrastructure. However, he realized that architecture alone was not enough, because the structures that mattered most to him were invisible. They were the cultural foundations of his people.
On 3rd April 1999, there was a huge movement of people that there is loss of culture, loss of faith, loss of identity. And I have observed that there had been large exodus of our people from the indigenous faith. My father was a priest and they are the caretaker of the people. I thought I should follow my legacy of my father.
To spread his message of cultural conservation, he made the time to visit over 90 villages on foot, through areas where there were no roads. His goal was to save the most remote villages. He found that the issue had reached the border areas. Undeterred, he continued with his outreach. Over 4 decades, he built over 600 Donyi Polo cultural centers. In every remote village along India's borders with Tibet, Myanmar and Bhutan, he raised the Indian tricolour, affirming the presence, dignity and belonging of the border peoples. His sterling efforts did not go unnoticed by the people.
It was a teamwork. I did not imagine Bharesh be getting such award. I enjoy working for the people, helping others, and I'll continue to help others work for the people as long as I do.
Shri Ti Gubin, Koti Koti Naman.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, within hours of Trisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tushar Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी, एक्सपर्ट ने, सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. सो वी बिलीव कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे एंड हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम. तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Trisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Trisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Trisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women, before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial. And I say thank God for the ongoing media trial in the Trisha Sharma case. And I'm ready to challenge anyone who says that media trial is bad. I say when media trial happens for the right reasons, without any malice and only good intent, it's the best thing that can happen in the persistent and constant and unstoppable fight for the truth. I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And
we are going to start with the first keynote of the day. Our first guest, Padma Vibhushan awardee, former Rajya Sabha MP. She became the first classical dancer to be nominated to the upper house of the parliament in recognition of her immense contribution to Indian culture and society. She has revived the ancient art of Natya Katha, blending storytelling, music and abhinay to bring India's epics and cultural narratives alive for modern audiences. As the founder president of the Center for Indian Classical Dances, she has mentored generations of performers who continue to carry India's cultural legacy across the globe. I welcome on stage Sonal Mansingh ji, Padma Vibhushan awardee and former Rajya Sabha MP. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the legend.
Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata ki Jai. It's indeed a great pleasure and a privilege to be speaking from this august platform. Republic TV has really gone to stars and the moon. नक्षत्रों में घूम रहा है रिपब्लिक का एको, ऐसा लगता है. So this the जाम्बवंत इफेक्ट सब मैं देख रही थी. वो इफेक्ट का एक नमूना आर्नव ने अपने एक उसमें दिया है. He quoted Sridhar Vembu of Tenkasi, Tamil Nadu. After 37 years, he came back to India, to his hometown, and set up amazing company, which is now counted as one of the. But what is so beautiful, he has written a letter, open letter, to the Indians living, especially in the States of America. And the message is clear. come back home. Bharat needs you. Whether it is all the great names, I need not say Nadella and Sundar Pichai and all that. But there are others. We who live in India, we live in Bharat, we live in India, but are we living in Bharat? That is a question I would like to raise today. What is the difference? So much has been said about it. Bharat, Bhava Raga Tala, Bhaswati Ti Bharat, Jo Prakash mein rat hai, that which is effulgent, that which is bathed in light of knowledge, so many things. When you say India, we don't quite get that feeling. I was thinking then about the Nasadiya Sukta from Rig Veda, 10th Mandal, 129th verse, that whole Sukta. You may have heard about it. Talking of quantum physics, talking about space and time, and so many things. Black holes, one universe or multiverses. Yes, but please consider this. Rig Veda is nothing less than, according to the proper calculation, nothing less than 21,000 years old, if not more. Unfortunately, India is stuck at 5,000. Bharat goes back in time, the Sanatana. So why do I want to quote this Nasadiya Sukta? I'm so amazed. Na asat, that which was and was not before existence, before creation came into being. Our little minds, our alpa buddhi always plays around the dualities. What was there before time and space began? What was there before creation began? And this is the kind of freedom of thinking, freedom of thought, speech, which today is questioned. Today it is scary even to say what you think freely in some parts, in some of the aspects. Here, they are questioning, these Rishi Munis are questioning, वो कौन था? कोई था भी कि नहीं? और यदि कुछ था, तो उसको पता था कि उसको पता भी नहीं था? My God. That kind of leap is so amazing. न दिन थी न रात था, न स्वर्ग था न पाताल था, न समय था न आकाश था. That Nasadiya Sukta Bharat owns. This is the line of questioning that has brought about a series of great thoughts down the centuries. I come to culture specifically. Deepak ji would know कि आप तो इंडियन फॉरेन सर्विस के हैं, भारत का नाम दुनिया में रोशन करते हैं आप लोग, और सर जनरल साहब बैठे हैं, सब बड़े बड़े आप बैठे हैं यहाँ. लेकिन कल्चर का भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है, भागीदारी है मैं तो कहूँगी, क्योंकि फ्रॉम द वूम ऑफ मदर टिल द चाइल्ड ग्रोज अप, उसका लालन पालन संस्कार पहला गुरु है माँ. इसीलिए पहले कहते हैं मातृदेवो भव पितृदेवो भव. ये भारत की सोच है, दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है. It's a mother whose thoughts affect the child. It's a mother who brings up. अब ये पूरा जो एक संस्कार को अंग्रेजी में क्या कहेंगे I don't know. Sometimes English words fail me. because some words are not translatable, but we understand what they mean. संस्कार सिंचन करना, ये जिम्मेदारी परिवार की है, family, also the education system, and also the sarkar. So very humbly, I would like to give a suggestion to the powers that be, and this is a wonderful moment for me to say what I want to say. For some years, I had been propagating the Indian Heritage Service. Indian Heritage Service. क्या होता है कि कल्चर मिनिस्ट्री में भी somebody from Koila Ministry, somebody from Textile Ministry, somebody from Food Processing Ministry, Railway Ministry, Forest cadre, they come and they sit on the chair and they are the arbitrators, arbiters of culture. If there is an Indian Heritage Service who are properly trained, educated, informed, then I think Bharat की संस्कृति और उसके द्वारा बहुत विकास आगे हो सकता है. Do you agree with me? Yeah? Okay, good. Because it may sound a little sort of ठीक है, Indian Foreign Service, Indian Administrative Service, Indian Police Service, Indian Information Service, all services are there. When is culture going to be serviced? It's only with such informed, knowledgeable officers. That's where भारत की आत्मा झलकती है. भारत देश एक शरीर है. It's a body. If there is no pran, the body is dead. We burn it. Where is the pran? The pran is in Samskruti. And therefore we say Sanatan Samskruti, perennial. Nothing else is perennial. This has existed and is flourishing despite thousands of years of attacks, of torture, of burning. Bharat has withstood all that. And today we are still able to talk about it, to experience it. So therefore I think culture is a very, very important component. इसमें अभी मैंने सुना, I heard that perhaps US is going to, or they have already, I'm not sure, क्या कहते हैं उसको? Patent on yoga. Has anyone heard about that? I heard about it. Maybe it was some fancy idea. हल्दी कर दिया, नीम कर दिया, हाँ, अब हमारा भरतनाट्यम ओडिसी भी कर लेंगे. And I can't see Mr. Trump get up and do it. हाँ, नहीं, कुछ भी हो सकता है. It is a yoga. Your daily life is a yoga. Why? Yeah, mind, body, soul combine and blah, blah, blah. We have heard a lot of that. We all know it. How do we apply it? Especially in these times of technological advances, of social media, of algorithms which really shape your mind and your opinions. In this time of a disconnect from your own self and your inner self, a disconnect which brings about depression, suicidal tendencies. We see it every day. How to combat it, how to go over it, how to take a leap of faith. And that is where our yoga systems come. There is, of course, karma yoga, kriya yoga, nada yoga. You chant Om, go on chanting Om consciously, and you see the difference. There is bhakti yoga, there is jnana yoga, which is in Gita, Bhagavad Gita. There is nritya yoga. And let me tell you that each one of you has a dancer in yourself. Even when you're saluting, sir, this is pataka hasta. Pataka means the flag, pennant. And this hasta can be used in so many different ways. When you say, be careful, this is Suchi Hasta. It can be used to show the one and only, to say no, to say keep quiet, so many things. This is kya hai? In Rajya Sabha, I always told, especially the South Indian, my MP friends, aap to dance karte ho. Yeah, no. This is Allah Padma. This is full-blown lotus. How beautiful is that? And what all you can do with it. I'm just telling you that while you are seated, this is Bharat talking, not India. Have you ever felt your body? Have you ever understood your body? हाथ क्या कर रहा है, आपकी उंगलियां क्या कर रही हैं, except to, of course, scroll or type out on laptop. आपकी उंगलियों, एक उंगली में, in each finger there is a tattva, the element, the 5 elements, pancha tattva. Vayu, Agni, Vayu, Akash, Prithvi, Jal. When they combine, they come together. You are healthy. You are fine. This is our Bharat talking, telling you, Pancha Tattva ko rakho, prajwalit rakho. So, आपको सिखाया, now you get it on the social media. एक क्या lesson सीखो, 500 रुपया दो. अरे भाई हाथ सीधा करो and उंगली टाइट करो. करो आप लोग तो उंगली ऐसे रहती है. क्यों? क्योंकि all the time you are only using this now. ये करो, करो, नहीं कर सकते. हाँ देखो, एक हाथ को देखो, एक उंगली को देखो, प्यार करो इस उंगली को. ये हाथ से आप खाते हैं, पीते हैं, कपड़े पहनते हैं, लिखते हैं, गाड़ी चलाते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं. This is Bharat which combines the body with the mind, not just meditation में बैठ गए, no. So I am again and again talking about things which are so available to us and still we don't understand. एक चीज़ मैं यहाँ से फिर से और बोलना चाहूँगी कि ये जो अवार्ड्स हैं, पद्म विभूषण, पद्म भूषण, पद्मश्री, the highest is Bharat Ratna. I have wondered, and I'm going to also write to PM about it. लेकिन आज मैं मेरी secret बता ही देती हूँ. You would not be interested in knowing, but you should know that not one dancer has ever been awarded Bharat Ratna, whereas 6 to 7 musicians have been awarded Bharat Ratna. Do you think that's fair? Is that? The great dancers like Bala Saraswati, she was heavy, hefty, big. If she just said, Krishnani begane baro, Krishna come to me, and the audience would stand up to see, is there a baby somewhere? Rukmini Devi, who set up Kalakshetra, which is global. My Guru Kelucharan Mahapatra ji, Odissi. Japanese emperor couldn't believe this was a man showing a Nayika. Pandit Birju Maharaj. None of them got Bharat Ratna. And therefore I think it's about time we recognize our great artists, because Bharat विकास भी विरासत भी तो तब बचेगा जब we also honor our great artists, our great minds. भारत मेरे में है और मैं भारत में हूँ, ठीक है. भारत मेरे अंदर बसता है, जीता है, मेरे प्राण भारत में हैं और भारत मेरा है. Today again another question, a doubt that I have to raise. Do we deserve Bharat? Do we deserve Bharat? And I say that with full sincerity. We have taken so many things for granted. It's time we bring ourselves together. We become swastha, swame sthit, that we are within ourselves confident, assured, happy despite whatever is coming. The whole world is suffering. We are not the only ones. But then, what is my kartavya? My kartavya is to remain balanced and spread a kind of a, not joy, but a kind of pleasure, a kind of a, smile that brings light to people. यंग लोगों को देखो, जब देखो तो यूं होते हैं, बेचारे यूं कर रहे हैं, नाक उसमें लगा हुआ है या तो मज़े कर रहे हैं. There's a kind of a feeling that somewhere they are here and there. It's the focus, the yoga, the mano yoga, the laser-like attention to your passion. And this is my one key passion. We have a passion, a great passion in life, which really leads us on that path. My passion was dance. I ran away from my family in Bombay, went to Bangalore in 1963 after my BA, and never went back to live in Bombay with my family. I've suffered ups and downs. 67 in Delhi. Then for 5 years I was homeless in Delhi. Today, no one believes that Sonal Mansingh, really, she's Padma Vibhushan, she was Rajya Sabha. Oh, ये तो अभी की बात है. तभी की बात सोचिए how one's journey turned into a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage to Kailash, which was my dance. My Nataraja, my Natarani, they are there. When I danced in front of the south face of Kailash, can you imagine, at 18,000 feet, that I could dance for half an hour? Why? How? Passion, bhakti, and yoga. Otherwise, it's not possible. Bhakti, yes, the humility. How dare I dance before you? But please grant me that one wish. Humility is another great quality that Bharat has treasured. Bharat always says, sar jhukao. Why? Namaskar karo, tab to ye ghutna, they attack my knee. I say, don't attack, my knees are very, very precious. है ना? Paparo jo bhi hai. We are taught to sit down, put our knees on the ground, and put our head on the ground at the feet of the Guru or the Devata. Kyun? I mean, we are embarrassed. Sir, kya jhukana? Namaskar kar diya. That namaskar is not enough. Why? Because that your arrogance, our vanity, has not been surrendered. Namahate, namaste, namahate, te, that which is within you, I bow to that. If we understand, then we are not embarrassed. This Bharatiya samskar, this tradition, everything has a great meaning. And why we should not learn that? We should learn that. Because it is given to us, it is beautiful, it Charitra Nirman, it makes your character so wonderful. Other people want to follow you. They are curious why you are doing this. You can tell them also. So, like spreading the concentric circles, we can do so much. And I really hope and wish that this conclave, this is the 8th conclave, amazing work, and the great minds who speak, their thoughts go far and farther and farther. And at the end, I would just say that, I'm ending now. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. It's a wish, it's a prayer for everyone. For peace, for prosperity, for happiness, and for becoming a total personality, totality, a wholesome personality. This is what we are lacking. Bharat tells us, you are one unit containing the whole universe within you, and therefore, loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May everyone be happy. There are questions, even those who kill us? No. There Chanakya and Sri Krishna have to be remembered? No. You do not offer your second other cheek? No. You do not accept terrorism and violence. You do not accept all the nonsense that is being talked about. You do not accept confrontation for the sake of confrontation. We are strong. We have to meet the challenges, but keeping in mind that here is the base. The Bharatiya Samskar is the base. Over and above that, we know what to do. When we are attacked, we shall repel them. This Bharat today is strong, mazboot. Yes. Tali baj gayi, very good. Yeah. So I once again thank Republic TV, Arnav especially, for thinking of me and inviting me to speak. Ek Bharat, Shreshth Bharat, Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, all these beautiful sutras coming live with you all the viewers. I wish you all great future. Your great future will translate into great Bharat. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Thank you.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Trisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Trisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, our campaign calling for justice in Trisha Sharma's case continue to win and create results on the ground. Now a second autopsy will begin in Bhopal shortly, while the Supreme Court will take up the case tomorrow. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side, but first up a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. A panel of doctors from Delhi AIIMS have arrived in Bhopal AIIMS and the autopsy will begin shortly. Supreme Court takes up Trisha Sharma death case. A 3-bench led by CJI Suryakant to hear the case on Monday. Republic's relentless campaign ensures top court takes suo motu cognizance of Trisha Sharma death case. Big win for Trisha Sharma's family as Supreme Court now takes up the case after Republic's rigorous campaign. IMD issues orange alert for heat wave across central India and has said conditions will remain till the end of this month. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister Rubio-Jaishankar before participating in Quad foreign ministers meet in the capital. A shooting reported near the White House. Trump was inside the White House during the time of shooting. Suspected shooter killed on the site. Donald Trump thanks the Secret Service agents for swift action in gunning down the suspect and says the suspect had a violent history. Trump in his post said it shows how important it is for the US president to have secure space, hinting towards his ongoing White House ballroom project.
Welcome viewers, a top focus at this hour. Now fresh developments are coming to light in Trisha Sharma case. Now the SIT is currently interrogating the accused husband Sonal Singh, and Republic in fact has accessed some key details from the ongoing interrogation. Now some of the key points that in fact Sonal has raised during this interrogation. Now he's alleged that Trisha's behavior changed following her pregnancy. In fact, he goes on to claim that Trisha did not wish to lead a domestic life. Instead, she aspired to lead a glamorous lifestyle. Now, he goes on to mention that her behavior underwent a change after the pregnancy was confirmed on April 17th. He also recounts that tickets, in fact, had been booked for him and Trisha to travel to Bengaluru. However, Trisha suddenly refused to go to Bengaluru and insisted on going to Ajmer to stay with her brother. Now, remember, these are allegations that have been made by the accused husband, and they are in line with what, in fact, the mother-in-law had also been saying. Now, the mother-in-law, in fact, had been going from one platform to another, trying to character assassinate her dead daughter-in-law, and this is what the husband is also sort of hinting at during the interrogation. All right, now these are the key details which are coming to light from the interrogation which is underway. Now, Sonal Singh, the accused husband, in fact, has confessed during the interrogation which is still underway to the SIT. He says that Trisha's behavior essentially changed following her pregnancy, which was confirmed on April 17th. He goes on to mention that Trisha did not want to lead a domestic life. Instead, she aspired to live a glamorous lifestyle. Now, these are just allegations, nothing backed by proof as of now, which have been made by the accused husband and are in line with what the mother-in-law had also been hinting at during the press briefings. Both the accused in this case, the mother-in-law Giribala Singh and the accused husband Sonal Singh, continue to point blame on Trisha for the kind of lifestyle that she wanted to live and how she did not want to take up this or to continue this pregnancy, in fact. Now, he goes on to mention that there were several changes which were, in fact, reflected in her behavior post the confirmation of her pregnancy on April 17th. And he also goes on to recount that tickets had been booked for both of them. Both of them were set to travel to Bengaluru, but Trisha suddenly refused to go to Bengaluru and insisted on going to Ajmer instead to stay with her brother. Now, these are some of the key details that Republic, in fact, has accessed based on what Sonal, in fact, has been saying to the special investigative team as the probe in this case still continues. Now, viewers, remember, Trisha, in fact, had detailed in her messages which were exchanged with the mother during the last few days that she was going through verbal torture inside her marital home. And now these allegations stand in complete contradiction to what Trisha had revealed to her mother, but they are in line with what the mother-in-law had been saying so far, trying to deflect blame from the accused husband. So as the probe continues, Republic will continue to monitor minute-by-minute developments and getting you all the details of what is happening, not just in the courtroom, not just at AIIMS Bhopal, but also with regards to the interrogation being carried out by the SIT. Now, Sonal, who in fact has confessed to SIT, we have some details of that. Now, in fact, my colleague Shambhavi also joins me with more details on this. Shambhavi, break it down for us. What exactly Sonal has now confessed to SIT as the probe in this case continues? Now, from the outset, it looks like he's trying to deflect the blame, saying that Trisha's behavior changed post-pregnancy. All right, we'll try and connect with my colleague Shambhavi there. But viewers, those are the latest details we're fetching for you at this moment, that as the SIT continues its investigation in Trisha Sharma's case, now Sonal, in fact, has confessed to the team, trying to deflect the blame from himself. All right, my colleague Shambhavi is back with us right now. Now, Shambhavi, break it down for our viewers and the details we have accessed from the ongoing interrogation of Sonal Singh.
Well, yes, what even the mother has said in this case is there was an argument between the couple just on 12th of May because Trisha had to go to Ajmer for something on 13th of May and Samarth did not agree with it. Samarth didn't want Trisha to leave for Ajmer, and even the family, Trisha's family was planning to visit Bhopal on 13th of May but was asked by Trisha's in-laws to not come because of certain reason. And what Samarth has been claiming in his interrogation, as we know that yesterday he got a 7-day police remand and he was sent to a 7-day police remand, and of course the custodial interrogation is happening at the moment, and in the interrogation some information has been released saying that Samarth has said Trisha did not like the domestic life. She wanted to live a glamorous life. She wanted to have a glamorous lifestyle. We all know that Trisha was also Miss Pune a few years ago, had a glorious career in the film industry. And of course, but she decided to get married. They met on a dating app, and from there they decided after a few months to get married. And just within a few months, such arguments started. Of course, the mother could not continue telling us more about it because she broke down, given the, of course, sensitive situation. But these are the details that we are getting from Trisha's family as well as from Sonal Mansingh's interrogation.
Right. Now, Shambhavi, all these allegations which have come to light, they stand in complete contradiction to what the family has been saying so far. In fact, the family has gone ahead and refuted all of these allegations made by Samarth. So help us understand what is the family saying right now in response to these allegations.
Well, the family has till date continued to say that whatever is coming out from this mother-son's duo's mouth is absolutely, it does not make any sense because it's not true. The family has continued to maintain that she was very happy. She wanted to get into a married life. She wanted to get married. It was not like it was an arranged setup where she was forced to get married. This was a conscious decision made by both the people in the marriage that they wanted to get married to each other. And even a few days ago, she was very religious. We've seen several pictures of her dancing on the religious music. We've seen pictures of her at various religious places, and whatever claims that have been made by the son and the mother duo in this case have been discarded time and again. Even the mother claimed that she was a drug addict and that she had a habit of taking drugs, but there was no drug found in the post-mortem. There was nothing which was found. She said that what the mother as well as the son has said, and even in the interrogation has said that she did not wanted a baby. Her behavior changed after pregnancy. But from the chats that we have seen, what Trisha was seeing talking to her family members and friends, we said that she's saying that they want me to abort the child and that I'm trapped. And I don't understand because Samarth feels that this is not his baby. This is somebody else's baby.
Right, even before the allegations made by the mother-in-law Giribala Singh have proven to be false. So we'll of course have to see how this investigation pans out in this case. Now, Shambhavi, do continue to stay with me. I also have a reaction coming in from Trisha's sister-in-law, in fact, Trisha Sharma, who's spoken to my colleague Satyavijay on these allegations. Viewers, let's take a listen.
Sir, an apple never falls far away from a tree. आप सभी ने सुना है. That is exactly the scene and the case here. जो मदर कर रही थी मिसेस गिरबाला सिंह, the son Mr. Sonal Singh is doing exactly the same. After hearing this, I'm angry right now because I know what my sister-in-law, like, she had gone through. I know what she had gone through. And
हिंदी में थोड़ा सा मैं चाहूँगा आप बात करें क्योंकि
वो फल पेड़ से ज्यादा दूर नहीं गिरता है. ये वही सिचुएशन है जो माँ कर रही थी मिसेस गिरबाला सिंह. उनके बेटे मिस्टर समर सिंह भी वही चीज कर रहे हैं. गुस्सा आता है, काफी गुस्सा आ रहा है जब बातें सुननी पड़ती है बिकॉज हमें पता है जब त्रिशा दी क्या कह रही थी और उनके साथ क्या हो रहा था. जब ये खुले आम झूठ कहते हैं तो बहुत बुरा लगता है, गुस्सा आता है. तो मैं नहीं, इनकी बातों में मैं क्यों कहते हैं क्या कहते हैं, वो जो माँ जैसी माँ है वैसा बेटा है. आई एम सॉरी बट और कुछ नहीं कह सकते इनके लिए.
कोर्ट कर रहा है कि बेंगलुरु का टिकट हो गया था लेकिन त्रिशा ने अचानक जाने से बेंगलुरु मना कर दिया उसके साथ और वो अजमेर जाने की जिद करने लगी. इस बात को लेकर दोनों में बहस और कहासुनी होने लगी.
सर अगेन ये सब कोर्ट में ना पता चलेगा एंड आई नो दिस इज नॉट द ट्रूथ. ये झूठ है और ये जो बोल रहे हैं कि बैंगलोर की टिकट कर ली थी तो उनके पहले ये भी बताया कि क्या दुर्घटना हुई थी. मिसेस त्विषा कहाँ थी, ये कहाँ चले गए थे, उस दुर्घटना में भी अपनी बीवी को छोड़ के कहाँ चले गए थे, क्यों चले गए थे, अपनी बीवी के साथ क्यों नहीं थे, क्यों अपनी बीवी को इतना हरास किया, क्यों उनकी बीवी को इतना परेशान किया, और ये जो सारे स्टेटमेंट्स दे रहे हैं ना, ये सब प्रूफ होगा सर।
रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क ने तो जस्टिस फॉर त्विषा की लड़ाई को लड़ा ही, और अब नतीजा ये है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्वतः संज्ञान ले लिया है, इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
सर वही वी आर होपफुल, आई मीन वी glad to all those who have supported us. I mean, us no, but Trisha Di, to all those who have supported Trisha Di, her parents and everyone in this fight. I mean, this would have not been possible, but I'm glad, and Supreme Court ने खुद suo moto किया है on the very reasons of alleged discrepancies in the entire investigation so far. So that's a big thing in itself, and we hope that जितने भी answers चाहिए सभी को वो मिल जाए. We would want for Trisha to rest in peace. फाइनली
अब आपने कुछ तय किया कि आज पीएम होने के बाद त्विषा का हिंदू रीति रिवाज से अंतिम संस्कार कहाँ करेंगे, भोपाल में या नोएडा में? मतलब चूंकि अब परिवार जिस चीज का इंतजार 12 मई से कर रहा था वो छड़ाने को है,
सिर्फ उनके फादर बता सकते हैं. माय फादर कैन स्पीक अबाउट दिस बेटर.
All right, here's my colleague Shambhavi continues to stay with me. Now, Shambhavi, there's action happening in Bhopal as well today. We are expecting a second autopsy to begin shortly. So, according to your sources, what is the timeline we're looking at for this entire process?
Absolutely. We are right outside the mortuary right now. Let me show you once. Let me ask my VJ to show you around. This is the building inside which the post-mortem is happening at the moment. It is going to take a few hours. It started at 11 a.m. today, and it will take a couple of hours in this entire process, and we'll know very soon what exactly is the result of the second post-mortem, the post-mortem that the family has been waiting for, that Republic Network has been waiting for, the post-mortem that we've been actively, extensively, relentlessly campaigning for, justice for Trisha, a second post-mortem, because of all the discrepancies. And when it comes to why was it needed, of course, even the fact that the Supreme Court has taken a suo motu cognizance of the case, given the alleged discrepancies in not just the post-mortem report, but in the entire investigation so far, shows that there is something, some substance, some truth in this entire allegation.
Right, Shambhavi, thanks so much for joining us. Of course, as Republic continues its campaign calling for justice in Trisha's case, this second autopsy becomes really important. Now, we also have the family, the father, Navnidhi Sharma, and also the brother, Major Harshit Sharma, reacting to this second autopsy now beginning in Bhopal, in fact, in just a short while from now. Now, remember, this has been their demand from day one. As they said, there were several irregularities which were exposed even by Republic in the first post-mortem report. Let's listen to their action.
आप पीएम शुरू होने वाला है, अपनी तैयारी कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने भरोसा दिया है नॉन बायस और स्क्रैच से शुरू करने का. वो एक फ्रेश तरीके से शुरू करेंगे और उसके बाद जो भी उनकी फाइंडिंग्स आएंगी उसको कंपेयर करेंगे.
सर, एक चीज जो हमें जानकारी है कि डॉक्टर्स ने आप लोगों से ये भी पूछा कि आपके क्या क्या डाउट्स हैं सेकंड क्यों आपने क्या अंदेशा जताया जिस वजह से आप सेकंड पीएम मांग रहे हैं?
ना, उनका प्रोटोकॉल होता है, जब भी PM2 होता है तो वो पीएम फर्स्ट पीएम को कंसीडर नहीं करते हैं, वो करते हैं फ्रेश से, स्क्रैच से करते हैं. मतलब ऐसे पहली बार हो रहा है ताकि उनको फाइंडिंग्स एकदम नॉन बायस मिले और जो भी फंडिंग हो उसके बाद उसका कंपैरिजन किया जाता है.
एक चीज सर ये भी है कि इतना बड़ा ये केस हो गया है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने खुद सो मोटो लिया, स्वतः संज्ञान लिया. रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क की लगातार इसको एक मुहिम की तरह इंसाफ की लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ा रहा है.
रिपब्लिक का तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, अर्नब सर का, पूरे रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क का, आप सभी भाइयों का और सभी जो भी मीडिया कर्मी हैं दूसरे चैनल से भी, उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. धन्यवाद मुख्यमंत्री जी का, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का, जिन्होंने संज्ञान लेते हुए इसको सीबीआई के लिए निर्देशित किया और हमारी कई मांगों को माना. और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सीजीआई साहब का, नतमस्तक हूँ सर. आज ये नज़ीर बनेगा. ये एक मैं कहना चाहता हूँ मध्य प्रदेश वासियों से, ये हम मिडिल क्लास के लिए, हम आम आदमी के लिए ये इतना बड़ा नज़ीर बनने वाला है कि ये अब आपको न्याय प्रक्रिया में सुधार का ये एक कदम उठाया गया है सीजीआई द्वारा. उन्होंने इसको डिस्क्रिपेंसीज में डाला है. उसका अगर आप टाइटल देखेंगे तो ये एक बहुत बड़े रिफॉर्म्स की ओर इंगित करता है. तो इसमें जितनी भी डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हुई हैं, जो भी है, क्या कैकस बन जाता है, न्याय नहीं मिल पाता है लोगों को, तो अब जुडिशरी पर न्याय मिलने की संभावनाएं बहुत बढ़ गई हैं और कोई भी क्राइम करने से पहले 10 दफे सोचेगा और लोगों को न्याय प्रक्रिया में बहुत सुधार देखने को मिलेगा।
दो महत्वपूर्ण सवाल मेरे, एक तो समर्थ से जो पुलिस ने पूछताछ की उसमें समर्थ ये कह रहा है कि प्रेगनेंसी के बाद से त्रिशा का व्यवहार बदल गया था, वो घरेलू जिंदगी नहीं जीना चाहती थी।
अब इसमें मैं कमेंट नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि अब जो संज्ञान ले लिया है सीबीआई में वही सारे उत्तर और आंसर लेंगी, इसमें मेरा कमेंट करना उचित नहीं रहेगा।
जाने की बात को लेकर कुछ विवाद हुआ था क्या समर्थ से, उसका ऐसा कुछ बताया था क्या त्रिशा ने आपको?
नहीं, मेरे को तो अभी मैं इस पर नहीं कमेंट करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि अभी ये अब अंडर ए वेरी गुड इन्वेस्टिगेशन थिंग्स आर देयर, तो मेरा कमेंट अच्छा नहीं रहेगा इस बारे में। हमने बहुत सारी चीजें बताई रखी हैं ऑलरेडी मीडिया को।
प्लानिंग उसमें अभी इसमें इट डिपेंड्स कितना समय लगता है, तो जो जितना हमें समय लगे उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हम प्लान करेंगे।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इस पूरे मामले में सुओ मोटो लिया है
जी, नहीं जी, दिस इज मेजर डेवलपमेंट एंड बिग स्टेप अहेड एंड हम सब इससे बहुत खुश हैं कि एटलीस्ट पारदर्शिता जो हम चाह रहे थे हमेशा से वो भी आए।
सेटिस्फेक्शन थोड़ा सा क्या आपको लग रहा है इस पूरे केस में आप, क्योंकि
आई वुड नॉट कॉल इट सेटिस्फैक्शन, बट हाँ, हम अभी जो हमारे छोटे स्टेप्स हैं वो बड़े स्टेप्स हो गए।
All right, viewers. Now, even as family says, they are one step closer to achieving justice in Trisha's case. And in another big win for the family, the Supreme Court will now be hearing the case on 25th of May. That's tomorrow. Now, the CJI, led by 3-judge bench, will hear the case in the Apex Court. And speaking to Republic, Trisha's father called this as a major win for the family. Here's more on this. Take a look.
Trisha is now closer to getting justice with the Supreme Court, now to hear the case of Trisha. The court had cited re-alleged institutional bias and procedural discrepancies in the unnatural death of young women in matrimonial home for the hearing. Now the CJI-led 3-judge bench will hear the case on 25th May. This also comes after Republic had found serious lapses in the first post-mortem report. The first report had stated the wrong height of Trisha Sharma and also the age of blunt force injuries were not determined. Speaking to Republic, Trisha's father said that Giribala has been completely exposed and that they had been planning on how to deal with the case.
आपके लिए पूरा खुला खेल था, वहां पर छोड़ रखा था आपको, जो करना है करो, जो करना है करो, जो पॉसिबल वे आउट है बचने का, जो आप चार्जेस लगा रहे हो ट्यूशा के ऊपर वो भी रखो वहां पर सामान ले जा करके उसके सामान में। ये तो मतलब सरासर नेग्लिजेंस का केस है, बहुत बड़ा नेग्लिजेंस और बहुत बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है ये, जो एक्सपोज होना बाकी है, पर मुझे उम्मीद है ये जरूर एक्सपोज होगी और जो फैक्ट्स हम दुनिया के सामने लाए हैं वो एस्टैब्लिश भी होंगे।
But this battle was not an easy one. Trisha's father also said that their family was threatened and abused in the Bhopal court.
इतना हैवी फैसिलिटेट किया जा रहा है एक ऑनरेबल वकील को जिसका एक बहुत बड़ा रेपुटेशन है, 35 इयर्स की प्रैक्टिस है उसकी, उसका कोई ख्याल नहीं रखा जा रहा, गाली दी जा रही है, अब्यूज कर रहे हो उसको, मार रहे हो उसको, इवन मीडिया को उन्होंने नहीं छोड़ा। आप गूंस बुला के ला रहे हो, वो गूंस कौन है? वो लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग सिचुएशन दे रहे हो आप लोगों को। एडवोकेट क्या अपने हाई कोर्ट, अपने कोर्ट में जाकर के लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग सिचुएशन में बैठ करके प्रैक्टिस करेगा क्या?
After Supreme Court takes cognizance, Trisha's father calls this as a big win.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, सीजीआई साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने संज्ञान लिया। और मैं थैंक्स स्टार्ट करूंगा देना पहले अपने अर्नब जी को, रिपब्लिक टीम को, जिन्होंने मेरे को बिल्कुल डूबे हुए आदमी को एकदम उठा दिया, तैरना सिखा दिया उसने। प्लस मैं आज जिसमें ये भी जोड़ना चाहूंगा कि सीएम मोहन यादव सर ने भी हमारे संज्ञान को लिया और हमारी चीजों को बहुत आगे बढ़ाया। सभी का और सभी भारतवासियों का जिन्होंने सहयोग दिया हमारे इसमें सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मुझे न्याय की उम्मीद बहुत बढ़ गई है, मेरे को लगता है कि मुझे न्याय मिलेगा।
Republic coverage ensured the highest court takes suo motu in cognizance. And now all eyes are on the 25th of May and Trisha is now closer to getting justice.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching and stay tuned to Republic TV. Coming up after a very short break, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister Trisha Sharma before participating in Quad Foreign Ministers meet in Delhi. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call
whatever that is there that you wanted to clear. I wanted to clear that any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a district judge at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों?
चलो।
समझते बड़े भाई आप ऐसे हाथ
प्लीज मूव आउट मैडम।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the Trisha death mystery also. But also, we are getting the live shots of Rubio right now on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. Let's cut across to the shots and let's view, because Marco Rubio is in India, and these are the latest shots that we are getting right now on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the meeting between Marco Rubio and S. Jaishankar on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. On your screen, as you can see, this is the meeting shots between Marco Rubio and S. Jaishankar. And he is on a visit. Marco Rubio is on a visit. He landed in Kolkata and then he headed to Delhi, met PM, and now he is meeting S. Jaishankar. Live visuals coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is Marco Rubio meeting S. Jaishankar. The high stakes meeting, the high stakes huddle that is supposed to happen has already begun, and this is the latest shot. These are the latest visuals that we are getting of the meeting, of the visuals of the meeting, the first visuals on your screen. First on Republic, on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen, Marco Rubio will be holding talks with S. Jaishankar, and later attend a US embassy event in New Delhi. So that is the lineup, that is the itinerary that we are talking about. Latest visuals of US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Let's listen in if we have some audio in this. Let's listen in.
These are complicated, as strong, very confident, very open.
All right, viewers, these are the live visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is US Secretary of State Marco Rubio holding bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. All right, we have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on a phone line. Abhishek, it's a very important meeting and it has already begun. And let's see if we have Nats and you can speak over it. Abhishek, it's a high-stakes meeting.
Well, yes, absolutely, Shivam, and big one, big diplomatic event happening in New Delhi. And this is, remember, one-off visit first by Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. And this comes at a time when the relationship between India and the United States is not passing through its best of phases. In fact, it's seen a dip and a dive post the Operation Sindoor.
Abhishek,
and,
let's listen in to Marco Rubio. Let's listen in.
Sure.
Thank you for welcoming us. We have a lot to discuss and a lot to work on, but this is we are the two largest democracies in the world, and so that alone is a baseline for incredible cooperation. But we have so many common interests that it makes all the sense in the world for us to continue to build upon. This is not about restoring or reinvigorating. I've seen some people use that terminology. This is about continuing to build on what is already a very solid and strong strategic partnership, one of the most important ones that we have, and I would argue one of the most important ones in the world. So thank you.
Thank you.
This was Marco Rubio speaking, and this is the meeting between him and Dr. S. Jaishankar. Abhishek Kapoor continues to be with us in this broadcast. Abhishek Kapoor, if you can put this into perspective, what does it mean for India, and how is India going to benefit with this interaction and this visit of Marco Rubio?
Well, you see, what we saw in the opening statements were just niceties and diplomatic protocols being followed. But I'm sure when the cameras are off, ideally there would be some frank and free and frank conversation on how things are looking so far as the larger India-United States relationship is concerned. We have seen a dip for sure coming in post Operation Sindoor and the kind of positioning that happened from Washington DC insofar as its role in facilitating a dialogue is concerned.
Abhishek, I would request you to stay with us. Jaishankar is speaking. Dr. S. Jaishankar.
And a relationship that impacts and influences other regions and the world. And that is because we have converging interests on many issues and in many parts of the world. So these are complicated, as strong, very confident, very open.
All right, so there seems to be a bit of an audio issue there, but these are the live visuals, latest visuals indeed. Abhishek, over to you.
Well, you see, this is, as I said, diplomatic nicety spanning out, Shivam, and what we are expecting is that some free and fair conversation happens on how India and the United States relationship goes from here on, because the kind of dip it has seen in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor specifically and generally post the tariff war launch targeting India, even as China was exempted from those punitive tariffs for purchasing Russian oil and gas. India suffered and India was made to suffer. So obviously it was messaging coming in from the Trump administration that if we do not acknowledge his role in, or President Trump's role in Operation Sindoor, they are going to come after us. So if that be the case, then if the Americans are going to come after us for taking care of our energy security, then what this special strategic partnership is about? If that conversation does not happen, then obviously you are going to see the stalemate and the costs continue. I think in Marco Rubio, we have a reasonable, rational Secretary of State. I believe he's carrying a message from the DC establishment, and he's himself someone who sees the advantages of why India is a strategic partner and major defense, non-NATO major defense partner, or a great relation going forward, and with a history now of 2 decades of having built the relationship in a bipartisan manner between Republican and Democrat administration. So I think Marco Rubio is one who comes with some institutional memory of that. So he would hopefully try and bring the relationship back on an even keel. And we are seeing first of the visit happening from the Secretary of State. We have seen the agenda setting of sorts from the American side, even as Rubio was wheels up from Miami. He said that we want to sell a lot of energy, lot more energy to India, and as much as they can buy. So obviously that's on the agenda insofar as the Americans are concerned. So far as India is concerned, the manner in which the United States has really indulged with Pakistan of late, and we don't care really bilaterally if they indulge with Pakistan, but the manner in which the hyphenation was sought to be put post-Operation Sindoor, that's the barest minimum that can be avoided. And an impact of which is already happening in the larger relationship. Quad foreign ministers meeting is happening on Tuesday, but remember, this is the year of India hosting Quad, and ideally with the leaders summit should have happened, and there is no word on that from the Americans. So while the Secretary of State has carried an invite from President Trump for Prime Minister to be at the White House, what about the issue of India hosting the Leaders Summit, Quad Leaders Summit, and on that issue, there is silence. So I think a lot of catching up to do between the two, Jaishankar and Rubio, on a lot of aspects of India-United States relationship, and hopefully by the time the joint statements are made in an hour or so, we would be wiser as to whether that free and frank conversation happened or not.
Yeah, definitely, Abhishek, and also the way it is being reported widely as an effort to repair the relationship between India and United States. And also, this comes over 5 weeks after Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's 3-day trip to Washington, D.C. If you can put that into perspective also. So it works both ways.
Well, yes. So Shankar has indeed traveled to D.C. a couple of times, including the inaugural of President Trump. And this is, of course, the first time reciprocal visit is happening and clubbed with Quad. But the fact that Rubio has, made it an extended visit, including, pit stops in Kolkata. And tomorrow he's going to be in Agra and Jaipur, and then back in New Delhi for the Quad summit on Tuesday. I think even the Americans are messaging that they really want to bring it back and from the pits, so to say. But what is important is everything depends on what the substance of these talks that are happening, whether India is concerned on energy security, and the fact that while we can always buy more American oil, the economics of it is killing, and if there is a gap of about 25 to 40% in terms of landing price for American oil vis-a-vis Russian oil, India would want its sovereign freedom to exercise that right to minimize our costs. And the Americans cannot be dictating, more so when we have seen a very genuflecting President Trump in Beijing. The first time perhaps the world saw that President Trump could be, deferential to someone, and that was President Xi Jinping. So I think Americans also have a lot of explaining to do during this visit of Marco Rubio and these talks. Hopefully some plain speaking would happen from the Indian side as to how things are, of late, how things have been of late. And then you look at the role that the Americans have played vis-a-vis Pakistan. So Russia is one aspect and Pakistan is another. The fact that Americans, despite knowing the role of Pakistan in Pahalgam terror attack, the fact that their vice president was in India and Jaipur with family when Pakistan launched that attack on civilians in the tourist spot of Pahalgam last year, and the fact that subsequently we have seen the Americans renewing their contract for maintenance of and upgrade of F-16 fighter jets that Pakistanis used during their war with India in Operation Sindoor. All those issues are there which need to be discussed threadbare. Plus, of course, if you look at the Iran war and its destabilizing consequences as for the rest of the world, so specifically for India, I mean, for about 40% of our energy needs coming in from the Gulf, and the disruption that it has caused over the last 2.5 months, that has to stop. And to that extent, as I said, Shivam, unless some plain speaking happens and it leads to some results, it would be almost 2 decades of hard work on making this relationship, which was described by President Bill Clinton as the most natural partnership between two democracies, to retrieve it from near collapse is something which is, the onus is now on Marco Rubio and Jaishankar in these talks.
Yeah, definitely. So defense cooperation, energy security, that will be part of the key agenda. Thanks a lot, Abhishek, for putting this into perspective and sharing the latest details on what it means for India and United States. All right, viewers, now let's shift our focus back to our top national story, which is about the Trisha's death story, the Trisha's death mystery, in which the second autopsy report, the autopsy was ordered and now it has already begun. We're getting a big breaking news there. The second post-mortem, that is the second autopsy on Trisha's mortal remains, has begun. So that has begun, and this is the second post-mortem, and this is happening in AIIMS Bhopal, and the Delhi doctors team, that is the Delhi AIIMS doctors team, has that have arrived earlier in Bhopal, and now they are in the mortuary. They started conducting the post-mortem in this case. This is the second post-mortem, as was the demand of the family, as was the demand of Trisha's family in this case, because there were many lapses, many botchops in the previous autopsy that was conducted. Even the belt that was allegedly used in the murder, in the alleged hanging of Trisha, was not given by the investigative officer to the doctors, the team of doctors who were conducting the post-mortem in the first case. Now, many lapses and also the height difference, and that exactly was the reason why the family demanded that, yes, there is a cover-up, and these exactly are the lapses. Exclusively, we have highlighted the lapses for you. The blunt force injuries were not properly dissected, incomplete musculoskeleton, and missing neck X-ray. No imaging despite ligature mark on neck. That is why they did not do the X-ray, which is missing. And the questionable viscera preservation in this case had preserved despite no significant findings. What exactly was the reason for that? Because there are many inconsistencies and inconsistent findings, more consistent with suffocation or strangulation, not hanging exactly. So that is also a case, and height discrepancy, which is a very key factor amongst the many lapses. Recorded 166 centimeter versus actual the 176 centimeter. All right, Shambhavi continues to be with us. She has been tracking the story from day one. Shambhavi, we're getting to know that the autopsy has begun. If you can share the latest details on that, Shambhavi.
Well, yes, as we know that the team flew in to Delhi just yesterday at 6 p.m. From Delhi to Bhopal, and the postmortem was set to begin at 11 p.m. and it started on time. It is 11:45 a.m. right now, and it has been 45 minutes in the postmortem. We'll have to wait for a couple hours, I guess, for the process to be completed and for us to know any detail about what is happening. But given the investigation of what even Republic has been doing extensively, and the information and the facts that we have seen in the case, we are sure that something new and something substantive is going to come in this postmortem. There are several discrepancies in the previous postmortem report which was done in AIIMS Bhopal. That is why the family has been asking for a second postmortem. And after the district court rejecting their appeal of the second postmortem, what the family did is they appealed in the Jabalpur High Court, and the High Court said yes. The High Court said yes, the family has the right for them to conduct a second postmortem, and today is the day when that postmortem is being conducted. Everybody is very hopeful. The family is hopeful. The Republic is hopeful, and we are hoping for something substantive, something solid to come out of it that will prove and that will explain to us, that will help us understand what exactly happened on the night of 12th May. Shivam.
All right, Shambhavi, also because there were many lapses, many cover-ups which were happening. If we can put that into perspective also, the family is there and the family demanded a second autopsy which was earlier denied. And you also have to state this very important fact that it is clearly a Republic impact. We have been following the story from day one, and that is the reason with all that investigation that is happening, all the lapses that were revealed by our investigation, and how this is a big victory for the family, at least one step ahead in achieving justice for their daughter. Shambhavi.
No doubt, Shivam, that it is a huge Republic impact. The Republic has been running an extensive campaign. We've been every day, all day long, we have been showing our viewers every little detail which has been going on in the case. Every nook and corner of this case with the investigation, we have chased, from chasing and confronting Giribala Singh to questioning Giribala Singh's and Samar Singh's lawyer, to going after Samar Singh, to making sure that he answers for his the fact that he has absconded. He was absconding for 11 days. We have done relentless coverage of the case, and because we've been fighting for justice for Trisha, and this is a reward. This is a reward that we are able to stand here outside while the second postmortem is being conducted in the mortuary. This is a reward that the Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the case, and now the matter will be heard in the topmost, in the apex court of the country. This is a reward that a notice has been issued to Giribala Singh in the application of cancellation of anticipatory bail. So this is an extensive campaign. This is relentless fighting of the Trisha Sharma's family and Republic along with them that we are able to see this day. And when it comes to the discrepancies and irregularities in the postmortem report, of course, there has been many, not in just the postmortem report, there has been many discrepancies, many irregularities throughout the investigation. That is why even Supreme Court had to intervene. Supreme Court had to take, the MP government had to give up, the MP government asked for an administrative inquiry to be initiated against Giribala Singh and her capacity to work as a president. The BCI, the Bar Council of India, cancelled Samar Singh's license to practice law. So where there has been action taken left, right and centre as a result of Republic's extensive Justice for Trisha campaign. Shivam.
Yeah, and Shambhavi, that's clearly the reason why we need media trials. Thanks a lot, Shambhavi. Keep tracking the latest developments. We'll keep coming back to you as more details unfold in the story. Now, shifting our focus to another important story. In yet another security scare at the White House, a 21-year-old man identified as Nasir Best from Maryland approached a Secret Service checkpoint near the complex, pulled a weapon from his bag and opened fire on officers. Now, the US Secret Service swiftly returned fire, fatally shooting the suspect. A bystander was also injured in the exchange. President Donald Trump was inside the White House at the time and remained unharmed. The incident, which occurred nearly a month after an alleged assassination attempt on Trump on April 25, 2026, triggered a full lockdown of the White House. Journalists on the North Lawn ducked for cover as gunshots rang out, while law enforcement officials later barricaded the crime scene with tape and evidence markers. Watch this report.
Far apart.
In yet another security scare at the White House, a 21-year-old man identified as Nasir Best from Maryland approached a Secret Service checkpoint near the complex, pulled a weapon from his bag, and opened fire on officers. The U.S. Secret Service swiftly returned fire, fatally shooting the suspect. A bystander was also injured in the exchange. President Donald Trump was inside the White House at the time and remained unharmed. The incident, which occurred nearly a month after an alleged assassination attempt on Trump on April 25, 2026, triggered a full lockdown of the White House. Journalists on the North Lawn ducked for cover as gunshots rang out, while law enforcement officials later barricaded the crime scene with tape and evidence markers.
To hear or see from the president, despite all of this taking place, some questions.
How are you doing? Apparently so.
Yeah, that's probably Trisha. He was mentioning got filling about fees. You can hear very clearly the gunshots right now. They sound close by because it is very close. I estimate around 50 feet. And if you were to fire shots from the corner of the main entrance towards the White House, first kind of target, the first kind of target is those attendants. They're called the bibliophile.
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development. Now, this is coming from Quetta, Pakistan, where in Pakistan, a suicide blast in Quetta has killed 23 people. Big breaking news development coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We'll also show you the shots of the chaos. These are the exclusive shots on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We were waiting for the confirmation because the death toll has risen to 23. 23 people have died in this Fidain attack. The Baloch Liberation Army, that is the BLA, has taken the responsibility of the Fidain attack on Pakistani army personnel in Quetta. The BLA claims responsibility for the Fidain attack on train carrying military personnel from Quetta. This is the exclusive visual, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the train has been derailed because of the explosion and the chaos, the aftermath of the fire that is the billowing out, the smoke that is billowing out from that location, and they're trying to douse the flames, but they can't do anything because the damage has already been done. This blast in Quetta has killed 23. 23 has been killed. And possibly these are the 23 army personnel which have been killed by the BLA. This is the blast in Quetta. Big breaking news development on your screens. This is the Majid Brigade of the BLA, the Fidain Brigade, that is the self-sacrificing unit of the Baloch Liberation Army, who has targeted a train transporting personnel of from the Quetta camp. They call the Pakistani army the occupying forces, which is exactly the truth in this case. And in this highly organized Fidain attack, the Baloch Liberation Army, the Baloch fighters accept the full responsibility for this operation. They have released a letter, they have released a statement, they have released a post in this case, and they are saying the detailed information regarding the operation along with specific material and human casualties inflicted upon the enemy as a result of the attack will also be released shortly. But these are the reports that the damage is 23 people killed, and I repeat that this damage will further escalate. That means that there might be more casualties in this case. Big blast in Pakistan, very big blast in Pakistan. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break after this big breaking news development from Pakistan. Coming up after the break, this is Kyiv came under a massive Russian drone and missile attack early Sunday, hours after President Volodymyr Zelensky and the US Embassy warned of an imminent strike. Coming up next.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. Within hours of Trisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tushar Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी एक्सपर्ट ने सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था सो वी बिलीव कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे एंड हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And the second autopsy begins. The panel of doctors from Delhi AIIMS arrived in Bhopal AIIMS and they have begun the autopsy. Supreme Court takes up Trisha Sharma death case. 3-bench led by CJI Surikant to hear the case on Monday. Republic's relentless campaign ensures top court takes suo moto cognizance of Trisha Sharma death case. Big win for Trisha Sharma's family as Supreme Court takes up the case. An IMD has issued orange alert for severe heat wave across central India. IMD has said the conditions will remain the same till the end of the month. The temperatures will rise till 45 degrees at many cities. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio holds bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, both leaders to brief media shortly. A shooting was reported near the White House. Trump was inside the White House during the time of the shooting.
Looking forward to have a comprehensive global strategic partnership, which I think in plain language means that we have a very deep, very broad-based cooperation and a relationship that impacts and influences other regions and the world. And that is because we have converging interests on many issues and in many parts of the world. So I look forward to our conversation today. These are complicated times, but as strong partners, I'm very confident we'll have very open and productive discussions. Once again, a very warm welcome.
All right, so this is very important. Marco Rubio is in India and he has met Dr. S. Jaishankar and the meeting has begun. These were the latest visuals of that. Now let's shift our focus back to a top story, that is Trisha's death mystery, in which the second autopsy has already begun. Big breaking news development. The team from AIIMS Delhi is ready and they have begun already the second autopsy, that is the second post-mortem, as that was the demand of the family of Trisha. And the AIIMS Bhopal, the Delhi doctors team is conducting the second autopsy, the second post-mortem. The second post-mortem on Trisha's mortal remains is underway as we speak because there were many inconsistencies in the previous autopsy. And the Delhi doctors team is conducting the second autopsy. And many inconsistencies in the previous autopsy were highlighted in the Republic investigation, also where we clearly highlighted that, and the reports also suggested that the belt that was allegedly used in hanging was not given by the investigative officer to the team of doctors who were conducting the first post-mortem in the first case. And also the height difference, which is clearly highlighting the kind of lapses, the cover-up, the bottom in the entire case, because the height difference was around 10 centimeter, 166 centimeter and 176 centimeter in this entire case. And also the marks on the body, the marks on the ligature, marks on the neck clearly highlight this as a case of strangulation or suffocation rather than hanging. We also have the graphics on the key lapses that were there in the previous case in the first autopsy. We'll play that also, but this is a very big breaking news development. The second autopsy has begun in AIIMS Bhopal. Big breaking news development. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Delhi AIIMS team is ready and they have begun the autopsy, the second post-mortem today. And Republic earlier spoke to forensic expert, that is Dr. Dinesh Rao. Now, Dinesh Rao was mentioned in the court order as a recommended expert who could do the second autopsy. Let's take a listen as he flags the gaps present in the first post-mortem. There was clearly a cover-up, sir. It's also exposed by many forensic experts, including you, that there are many inconsistencies in the previous autopsy that happened. Now, what is going to be happening today? If you can put that into perspective and share the details on the procedure that will be followed by the specialists today, sir.
Yes, actually, I'm not aware because I'm not part of the team, actually, because I've so far haven't got any confirmation from the AIIMS director about me in the team. So I'm not in the team, but definitely I can tell you the procedures which usually we follow in doing second autopsy. it's the duty of the doctor who wants to do the second autopsy to gather all those documentations which has been part of the first autopsy, right from the post-mortem report to the photographs, the videographs, the crime scene examination reports about the ligature material and any evidences like tox or ancillary investigation evidences, the details which has been or the outcome of those investigative results. All those things need to be collected from the doctor's team who are supposed to conduct the second autopsy. Yeah. And subsequently, they should make adequate planning and then get into the second autopsy process. I think the team, whoever the AIIMS director has planned, so I think they are likely to do it in the most standardized way. I'm confident they will come out with the good results. Yeah.
Dr. Rao, what exactly was the communication between you that happened with AIIMS, you and AIIMS?
No, actually, I've just received a message in the night at around 10 o'clock. I saw it because when I woke up in the morning, I saw those messages that they wanted to include me in the team, for which I said, yes, of course, I'm eager to join the team. That's what, because anytime I'm ready to assist the Madhya Pradesh government on behalf of our AIIMS Jammu. I'll be in fact glad and I'll be more interested to join the team and try to assist the government. And so far from the director of AIIMS Delhi, who is supposed to form the panel, I haven't got any information from Director AIIMS. Yeah.
But Dr. Rao, as a forensic expert, if just to put this into perspective for our viewers, the main belt that might have been used to strangulate the person, if that is not submitted by the investigating officer, that clearly establishes the lapse, number one. Also the height difference, earlier the height that was mentioned and the real height of the person. So there is clearly a cover-up in this case. Can you give us the procedure exactly in the previous autopsy that it should have been followed, which were missing in the previous case, as you came to know from the reports that you gathered, sir?
Yeah, see, definitely the lapses which you have pointed out, definitely there are something which is really concerning. I hope that is not, that will be considered by the second autopsy team and they're going to work on that. But definitely the ligature material, if that is missing, it's very detrimental to the case because it is very important for us to understand that indeed that particular material which has been can withstand the weight of the body or that is being used and how to corroborate with those particular cross-section of those particular ligature material with that of the dimension of the injuries. That's very, very vital. One thing, the withstanding the weight of the body, and second is the cross-section of the material should correspond to the dimensions of the injuries, and that should be the one which should be responsible for those injuries and which need to be substantiated by proper histological examinations and of course scientific examinations. Then only we can confirm that that was the material which has been used and that was responsible for those injuries which are present on the neck. And I'm very sure the second autopsy team will take all into consideration because they're also good experts and they are going to do a very good scientific examination.
So this was the forensic expert, Dr. Dinesh Rao, who said that I was communicated by the AIIMS officers, but however, I was not communicated, approached by the AIIMS director in this case, and he would have been happy to assist them in the second autopsy because that was the demand of the family also, and his name was mentioned by the court also. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is on his first official visit to India, and at a time when Washington is looking to reset ties with New Delhi amid trade tensions, energy concerns, and growing geopolitical challenges. From defense and Quad cooperation to pharmaceuticals and supply chains, the visit underlines why India remains critical to America's Indo-Pacific strategy. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio began his first official visit to India with Washington looking to strengthen ties with a key strategic partner in the Indo-Pacific. Rubio arrived amid growing global tensions over trade, energy security, and the Iran crisis, with India emerging as a crucial partner for the US. During his visit, Rubio held talks with PM Modi and senior Indian officials on trade, defense, technology, and Quad cooperation. Rubio also underlined India's growing strategic importance in America's Indo-Pacific approach.
It's great to be here and to see this facility and the embassy and to open a new building that's really going to make us more efficient in terms of the work we do here. And obviously to thank our locally employed staff here as well, which are excellent. And we had a very productive meeting today. We'll have very productive meetings in this visit. India is at the cornerstone of how the United States approaches the Indo-Pacific, and not just through the Quad, but bilaterally.
The visit comes at a time when ties between the two countries have faced pressure over tariffs and energy issues. Despite trade friction, India remains central to US strategic calculations, especially in countering China's influence across the Indo-Pacific region. India's pharmaceutical sector also remains vital for the US, with Indian companies supplying a major share of generic medicines used by American consumers. India's massive consumer base and expanding economy make it one of the world's most important markets for American businesses and investors. Rubio also spoke about ongoing talks with Iran, saying diplomatic efforts were continuing but warning that Tehran can never be allowed to develop nuclear weapons.
The question is about the Iranian issue, and as I said, there's been some progress done, some progress made. Even as I speak to you now, there's some work being done. There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple days, we may have something to say. But this issue needs to be solved, as the President has said, one way or the other. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The straits need to be opened without tolls. They need to turn over their enriched uranium. They need to turn over their highly enriched uranium. We need to address that issue. We need to address the issue of enrichment. These are the President's points consistently. And his preference is always to deal with it in a diplomatic way. The President's preference is always to solve problems such as these through a negotiated diplomatic solution. That's what we're working on right now. But this problem will be solved, as the President's made clear, one way or the other. We hope it's done through the diplomatic route. That's what we're working on, and perhaps there'll be something to talk about on that topic.
The visit is being seen as a major diplomatic effort by Washington to stabilize ties with New Delhi and reinforce strategic cooperation in an increasingly volatile global environment.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the fragile ceasefire between Iran and the United States remain under intense strain. Even as diplomatic channels stay open, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says progress has been made in negotiations aimed at preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. Now, as back-channel diplomacy intensifies, tensions across West Asia continue to rattle global energy markets and raise fears that the conflict could reignite once again. Here's more on the story.
Even as guns fall silent across parts of West Asia, the war of words between Washington and Tehran is growing sharper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says negotiations with Iran are showing signs of movement, but he remains firm that Iran can never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon.
The question is about the Iranian issue, and as I said, there's been some progress done. Some progress made. Even as I speak to you now, there's some work being done. There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple days, we may have something to say. But this issue needs to be solved, as the President has said, one way or the other. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The straits need to be opened without tolls. They need to turn over their enriched uranium. They need to turn over their highly enriched uranium. We need to address that issue. We need to address the issue of enrichment. These are the President's points consistently. And his preference is always to deal with it in a diplomatic way. The President's preference is always to solve problems such as these through a negotiated diplomatic solution. That's what we're working on right now. But this problem will be solved, as the President's made clear, one way or the other. We hope it's done through the diplomatic route. That's what we're working on, and perhaps there'll be something to talk about on that topic.
But even as Washington talks about diplomacy, Iran's leadership is sending a very different message. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf accused the US of acting in bad faith during negotiations, while also declaring that Iran wouldn't compromise on what it calls legitimate national rights. According to Iranian states media, Ghalibaf told Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir that Iran no longer trusts Washington after weeks of conflict that pushed the region dangerously close to a wider war. The conflict severely disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, sending shockwaves through global energy markets and triggering fears of supply shortages. Adding another layer to the rhetoric, Trump posted an image on social media showing Iran painted in the colors of American flag. The post comes as Washington attempts to balance military pressure with diplomacy to reassure allies while also keeping the door of negotiations open. With tensions still simmering across West Asia, the world is watching closely to see whether diplomacy can hold or whether the region is heading towards another dangerous escalation.
All right, viewers, now let's cut across to the visuals that we received of Marco Rubio meeting External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, because this is a very important meeting that is happening now. He is on a key visit to India. He landed in Kolkata. He went to the Terrace House and then he went to New Delhi. He came to New Delhi. He met Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this was the crucial meet that everybody was waiting for. The meeting between Marco Rubio and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. And in that meeting, he clearly highlighted the fact, he made a statement that we have a lot to discuss and a lot to work on, and we are the two largest democracies in the world, and so that alone is a baseline for incredible cooperation in this case. Now, this is the first statement by Marco Rubio during the key meeting, and we have so many common interests. All right, let's go across to Ambassador Deepak Vora. It's always a pleasure, Mr. Vora, to have you on a debate, on a discussion. This is not the first time we have been having a discussion, Mr. Vora. Always a pleasure. Mr. Vora, what's your first take on the visit? Who's here to repair the ties? Is India in requirement of repairing the ties, or is it America this time? Because it is engaged in a conflict in West Asia and they are not finding an exit, and they are here to sell the Venezuelan oil. It's what we are being told.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you, son. It's great. I'm right now in a place called Dibrugarh in Assam, where it's raining heavily, so I'll bring some rain to Delhi, pack it up in my suitcase. I'm leaving in a little
I'm
while.
from Assam, sir. You're most welcome. You can go to North Lakhimpur also. It's the tea belt. At least you're having nice tea there.
I'm having a lot of tea here. You know, this fellow has come to India. The question is, you've told us that he's here. I asked myself, why? First item on our agenda is energy. We're going to talk about energy. And then that lady, the acting president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, she's also coming. She's going to be here in 2 or 3 days. So they're going to talk about this. That's extremely important. Sir, all this business about the two largest democracies, you know, I've heard that fairy tale before. It doesn't mean anything. You have kicked us in the street and the teeth, and I'm telling this to the United States, whenever you have wanted to. You've hurt us badly on many occasions. We haven't hurt you at all. Not that it's in my capacity to hurt you badly, but it is in yours to hurt me. So all this thing about we are wonderful people, we are great guys, and I love you, etc., I love your food, that's meaningless. I think we are going to discuss energy, which is the primary thing for us. Then we are going to talk about security. We're going to talk about terrorism. We are going to talk about critical minerals. We are going to talk about Quad unity against China, which you are highlighting. And I'm glad you are, because the Quad was formed in 2004. It was a humanitarian thing. At that time, we had the tsunami. So India, Japan, and Australia, their navies got together and said, well, let's coordinate our humanitarian response to the affected area. And the United States later jumped in, saying, I'm everybody's neighbor, so I'm also part of the Indian Ocean region. That, sir, was formed for humanitarian purposes. China was very upset, said it's going to dissipate like foam on the sea, etc. Let's take it, so let's be clear about this and honest about this. We may talk about Quad as humanitarian agenda. We may talk about vaccines. We may talk about development, high technology, green energy, whatever else we want to talk about, climate change. The reality is the exoskeleton is security. Whenever China misbehaves in the South China Sea, which it thinks it owns, Quad becomes active. When China behaves itself, Quad probably continues to be there, focus on other areas, but security then becomes relatively not unimportant, but goes down one notch on the scale. Basically, I think that after Donald Trump's visit, and then, of course, Shri Vladimir Putin went off to China, I believe that the Indian Prime Minister and the US President will be meeting in July at the G7 meeting. And I think probably, to put it in cricket terminology, I think Marco Rubio has come to set the field to see what is going to happen. Then we're going to discuss these issues. And I wouldn't be surprised, sir, if, again, this is a guess, I have no reason to say this, if there is any further talk on this so-called nonsensical ceasefire between Iran and the United States, and that there will be further discussions in Islamabad, he might even go to Islamabad from here. Last month it was the vice president, we don't know who's going to go this time. But my own feeling, and landing in Kolkata has its own significance. He went on to the Missionaries of Charity, a hardcore Christian organization. And America also has been bombing these jokers in Nigeria, saying that you've been hurting Christians, so we'll bomb you, the Islamic fellows over there. So I think this was meant to be a statement that you have removed their FCRA, foreign currency regulation account funding. They used to get money from all over because we had some suspicions about what these people were up to. So he may have
Ambassador Vora, do you think there was a message? There was a message that Rubio wanted to convey during his first visit, that the first venue he chose to visit in Kolkata was the Mother Teresa house. Is there a message?
Oh, absolutely. There is no question about it. We've had some information. You've reported it yourself. We've had inputs about what they were up to, about conversions and so on and so forth. And, maybe all the goody fellows were, no, they're such wonderful people. They don't do this kind of, but they're wonderful people. But that doesn't stop them from doing what we think they were up to, which is why their foreign currency thing was withdrawn, along with thousands of other agencies that are funded from overseas. So that was a message, certainly, that, we are a Christian civilization, maybe even a Judeo-Christian civilization, and we would like to make sure that Christians are not hurt. We're not hurting any Christians. We're not persecuting them. It's just that we had stopped their funding from overseas, and he probably wanted to say, well, we are here. So basically, I think energy we will discuss, Quad we will discuss. We will also discuss cooperation in certain areas. For example, they took money from me but haven't supplied me the aircraft engines. Now, this is America. I love you, sweetheart. That's what they tell everybody, and then go give them a tight slap. So I think we will take this with a pinch of salt. We will tell Mr. Rubio that we love you. This is your first visit. You're a great guy. But beyond that, let's see what you are able to deliver. And let's get ready for the meeting between our Prime Minister and your President. We understand that you're in difficulty. You're stuck in Iran. Nobody really supports you too much at this time because of your cavalier cowboy approach. But you need India. And we want you to also treat us as an equal. We're not going to bow before.
And also Ambassador Vora, because Donald Trump is known to make many U-turns, and because you can't trust America in this case. But it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Vora.
I just wanted to say, when their ambassador said India, Sergio Gore, India is a trusted partner, sure, for you. But for us, America is not a trusted partner.
Definitely a trust deficit between India and US, especially after Donald Trump. Thanks a lot, Deepak Vora.
Thank you very much, son. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up next, a key media briefing by Marco Rubio and Dr. S. Jaishankar. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society,
Viewers, so these are the live visuals coming in of the press briefing, which will begin shortly. In a short while, you'll have the press briefing that will begin on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. These are the live visuals coming in from the event, live from New Delhi. And this is, as the report suggests, a crucial India-US reset. Now, some call it a repair of relations between India and United States. But however, Marco Rubio put it in a different way. He highlighted the importance of this key visit and how it is going to benefit India and America. He says, during his first the first statement made by Marco Rubio after meeting Dr. S. Jaishankar, he made a statement. He said that we have a lot to discuss and a lot to work on, and we are the two largest democracies in the world, and so that alone is a baseline for incredible cooperation. We have so many common interests, that it makes all the sense in the world for us to continue to build upon, and this is not about restoring or reinvigorating, and I've seen people use that terminology, so he's quite aware of the terminology that is being used and why reports are calling this as a repair of relations, and he went on to say that I have seen people use that terminology. This is about continuing to build on what is already a very solid and a strong strategic partnership, one of the most important ones that we have and one of the most important ones in the world. So clearly highlights the fact that America is in need of good relations with India, and also the fact that they want to sell oil to India and they want to present themselves as a potential exporter of oil. Well, viewers, now U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is on his first official visit to India at a time when Washington is looking to reset ties with New Delhi amid trade tensions, energy concerns and growing geopolitical challenges from defense and Quad cooperation to pharmaceuticals and supply chains. The visit underlines why India remains critical to America's Indo-Pacific strategy. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio began his first official visit to India with Washington looking to strengthen ties with a key strategic partner in the Indo-Pacific. Rubio arrived amid growing global tensions over trade, energy security and the Iran crisis, with India emerging as a crucial partner for the US. During his visit, Rubio held talks with PM Modi and senior Indian officials on trade, defense, technology and Quad cooperation. Rubio also underlined India's growing strategic importance in America's Indo-Pacific approach.
It's great to be here and to see this facility and the embassy and to open a new building that's really going to make us more efficient in terms of the work we do here, and obviously to thank our locally employed staff here as well, which are excellent. And we had a very productive meeting today. We'll have very productive meetings in this visit. India is at the cornerstone of how the United States approaches the Indo-Pacific, and not just through the Quad, but bilaterally.
The visit comes at a time when ties between the two countries have faced pressure over tariffs and energy issues. Despite trade friction, India remains central to US strategic calculations, especially in countering China's influence across the Indo-Pacific region. India's pharmaceutical sector also remains vital for the US, with Indian companies supplying a major share of generic medicines used by American consumers. India's massive consumer base and expanding economy make it one of the world's most important markets for American businesses and investors. Rubio also spoke about ongoing
Secretary of State of the United States of America, His Excellency Mr. Marco Rubio, Honorable External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends from the media. Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you to this press conference. We will first have remarks by the ministers, after which we'll take some questions. First, I invite External Affairs Minister of India to make his remarks to the media. Sir.
Thank you, Randeep. Colleagues from the media, Secretary Rubio and I have held our bilateral talks this morning. In fact, we are midway through it, and after this presser, we'll be going back for the rest over lunch. But as you can see, we didn't want to keep you waiting, so we decided to come out in between and share a readout. Now, this is the Secretary's first visit to India, but from his very first day in office, we have actually been in regular touch. I think I was one of the first to meet you that day. And this has included occasions in Washington, D.C. and New York, but also on the sidelines of other events. The most recent one was in France. So we've had really a continuous engagement which has facilitated our overseeing the broad-based and growing cooperation between our two nations. Now, as regards this visit and our discussions today and yesterday, let me give you a state of play. In terms of the political understanding between India and the United States, I think we have a strategic partnership which emanates from a convergence of national interests in many areas. Yesterday, during the Secretary's call on the Prime Minister, some global and regional issues were discussed. And in our subsequent meeting at the embassy, we took up developments pertaining to West Asia, Middle East, to the Indian subcontinent and to East Asia. I also shared with him some impressions I had of my recent visit to the Caribbean. And our talks today over lunch will focus on the latest developments in the Gulf. As you all know, few things have happened or seem to be happening overnight, and also on the Ukraine conflict. And the Indo-Pacific is, of course, on the agenda for the Quad meeting, which we will be doing on the 26th. Where defense and security cooperation is concerned, you're all aware that the 10-year major defense partnership framework agreement was recently renewed. A comprehensive underwater domain awareness roadmap was also signed. We discussed the importance of taking into account the Make in India approach and lessons drawn from recent conflicts while going forward in the defense domain. On the economic front, we spoke about the value of concluding at an early date the final text of the interim agreement regarding reciprocal and mutually beneficial trade. This will be an important step towards a comprehensive bilateral trade agreement which was envisaged during Prime Minister Modi's visit in February 2025. Our expectation is, we had a team recently in Washington, and our expectation is that an American team would be visiting India soon for that purpose. We spent some time today discussing energy issues, and again, you're all aware that our government's fundamental responsibility is to address the needs of 1.4 billion people. Obviously, ensuring the accessibility and affordability of energy for them is our prime objective. Secretary and I therefore welcome the expansion in our energy trade in recent months. Diversified supplies are at the heart of energy security for India. We devoted some time to nuclear energy cooperation as well. The passage of the Shanti Act has opened up new possibilities. An American delegation was recently in India. We hope to realize the potential of cooperation in the nuclear domain, and I also raised with Secretary some issues, regulatory issues we have on the American side. All of you know the importance of critical minerals. Our two nations have been cooperating bilaterally in the Quad format and also as like-minded group. India joined the Pax Silica and is part of the Forge initiative. The AI Impact Summit in New Delhi in February highlighted the enormous potential of the India-US relationship, and we will naturally be encouraging our businesses dealing with AI. As India's semiconductor and AI capabilities advance, this cooperation will be even more prominent in days to come. People-to-people ties are at the heart of our relationship. I apprised Secretary Rubio of challenges that legitimate travelers face in respect of visa issuance. While we cooperate to deal with illegal and irregular mobility, our expectation is that legal mobility would not be adversely impacted as a consequence. After all, this is very relevant to our business, technology, and research cooperation. Friends, India and the United States have common interests, but they also face shared challenges. Prominent among them is terrorism. Our position in that regard is very clear. It is one of zero tolerance. We appreciate the strong cooperation between concerned agencies of our two countries in this domain. I particularly recognized the extradition from the United States to India last year of a key planner of the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Our two countries will intensify cooperation bilaterally as also in relevant international forums. We will continue to collaborate closely on countering illegal trade in narcotics. Our discussions, which, as I said, are still ongoing, have covered a range of regional and global issues. So let me state India's broad position which pertains to all of them. And I would make 5 points here. One, that we advocate dialogue and diplomacy to address conflicts. Two, we support safe and unimpeded maritime commerce. Three, we demand scrupulous respect for international law. Four, we are against weaponization of market shares and resources. And five, we believe in the value of trusted partnerships and resilient supply chains to de-risk the global economy. So overall, this has been a very timely visit by the Secretary. I think our discussions have been very productive, and I look forward to hearing his remarks.
Thank you, sir. I now invite U.S. Secretary of State for his remarks to the media.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for your very warm welcome. And it's been a phenomenal visit already, and it's only been a day, and we have so much more work to do. And it's an honor to be here with all of you in this important visit to one of our most important strategic partners in the world. And I want to highlight that point for a minute. We obviously have relations, and we work with countries all over the world, and we need to, just as India does. And we have all kinds of alliances and partnerships with countries that we work on, sometimes on discrete and individualized issues, other times on broader issues that involve one region of the world or another. A strategic partnership is something very different. It's something much broader than that. A strategic partnership is when your interests as two nations are aligned and you work together strategically to solve those problems. And the list of issues that we work together with India on, the breadth and scope of them, is what highlights the fact that India is an important strategic partner of the United States, one of our most important strategic partners in the world. It begins with the fact of our shared values. We are the two largest democracies in the world. And so obviously that in and of itself begins to align our interests simply because our leaders respond directly to voters and people on a regular basis, which means I have to go back and justify to the American people every decision we make, and the president has to do the same on why it's good for our country, and our counterparts here in India have to do the exact same thing. You have to respond to the people of India about why your partnership with the United States, or your stance on any issue for that matter, is to the benefit of your country. I imagine this is true in every country in the world to some degree, but it is particularly true for democracies. Democracies respond directly to the people, and you have to respond constantly. In democracies, you have opposition parties. You have a free and open media. By the way, you have a lot of media. We have media in our country. You guys have a lot of media, and that means a lot of scrutiny and a lot of attention. But that begins to align our interests immediately because we both recognize and have mutual respect and understanding that every decision we make, every announcement we make, everything we work together on, we ultimately have to go back and justify it to our voters, to our people, the people who put us in these positions to begin with. The second point I would make is that our partnership from a strategic standpoint is not limited to a regional one. Now, clearly there are regional issues in the Indo-Pacific that are important to both of our countries. But the ability, increasingly as we have conversations, we are talking about strategic interests that align beyond simply the region. Whether it's your visit last week into the Western Hemisphere, we have a lot of alignment. Whether it's our mutual interests of what's happening currently now in the Straits of Hormuz and beyond. And then on the topics as well. If you talk about the topics that we have a mutual interest on, both countries are strategic allies on the idea that access to critical minerals and supply chains are an essential issue in the 21st century. The over-concentration of reliance on a single source for anything, particularly things that are vital for our economies, is one of the great challenges of the 21st century. And we are strategically aligned on that topic. On the issue of terrorism, both of our countries have suffered, both directly and indirectly, because of global terrorist networks. There is a strong counterterrorism alignment as a result of that. On innovation and ensuring that all of the promises of new technologies and new advances in the 21st century, all of them come with risks and rewards. Every technological advancement that's made individuals and societies more productive have always come with risks associated with them. Managing those risks and maximizing those benefits is one of the great challenges of the 21st century. And there's a tremendous strategic alliance between our countries and agreement on that point. Likewise, on the unimpeded flow of commerce, especially in international airspace and international waters. This is true in the Indo-Pacific, ensuring that there's a free and open Indo-Pacific, but it extends beyond the Indo-Pacific. We share as a strategic value the fact that no international waterway, no international airspace should ever be used or nationalized by any country in the world, and that should never be accepted as a new normal. Another area of strong strategic alignment. And we could go on and on. The bottom line is that the opportunities exist to work together because not just our shared and common values and our people-to-people ties, but because our nations are strategically aligned on all of the key issues that will define the new century. All of the great challenges that are before us now in the modern era, we are strategically aligned on. And the final point, and this I mean is no disrespect to any other country in the world, but you can have a strategic alliance with countries. But there are only a handful of countries in the world that have the ability to actually do something about these big issues on a global scale. There are only a handful of countries in the world that have both the economic and diplomatic power to be influential on strategic issues from a global perspective. And India is one of them, which is what adds the finishing touches on the importance of this strategic alliance. Is we have a strategic alliance between the United States and India. It's a strategic alliance between two countries that have global influence and the ability to influence global events. And that distinguishes it from other relationships. And so that's why this is an important visit to be here today. It's why we hope that later this year the Prime Minister will visit us in Washington. It's why I hope our leaders will have a chance to interact in other forums. And I also want to thank you, by the way, for hosting the latest meeting of the foreign ministers of the Quad, which will be happening the day after tomorrow, I believe, right? Day after tomorrow. Another important mechanism and of joint cooperation. And one more example of our strategic relationship between our two countries. Because the Quad is a form of alignment between four countries who are not just strategically aligned on a bunch of key issues, but four countries that have the ability to varying degrees to influence global events on these topics of mutual interest. So there's a lot of details and things we can talk about. I didn't mention energy, but we also are strategically aligned on energy. Energy and the ability to generate power is the key behind all of the great industries out there. Whether it's data centers, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's the ability to modernize and continue to advance economically, all of it begins and ends with the ability to generate the power necessary, not just to raise standards of living, but beyond that, to expand into new industries. And both of our countries are strategically aligned in ensuring that we have a world that can not just produce but deliver the energy resources that are necessary to power a modern economy. So I'm not given the breadth and scope of areas of alignment. One visit alone will never solve or be able to address all of these. But this continuing dialogue and engagement between our countries is important because, as I said, I think it's not just evidence of the importance of our strategic alliance, but it's necessary in order to continue to advance on all of these topics. So thank you for your warm welcome. Thank you all for covering these events here today. And I look forward to returning many times. 4 days for a country of this size, of this beauty, and of this diversity, and all the things you have to show us. We can't possibly see it all in 4 days, but we're going to try, or we're going to die trying, because it's a pretty packed schedule. And I appreciate everything you facilitated for us in our time here together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now open the floor for some questions. Please be brief as you ask your question, and please do introduce yourself and your organization. We'll begin there. Kadambani, this side, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Kadambani Sharma. I'm an independent journalist. I have a question for both of you. First, Secretary Rubio, to you. Indian students, engineers, doctors, researchers have contributed enormously to US economy and innovation ecosystems. But the recent changes in J1 visa, F1, H1B visa are being seen in India as hurting the core pillar of people-to-people relationship. What does your administration have to say about this in regard to Indians and the message to Indians in this regard? Dr. Jaishankar, to you, my question is, India today has strong relations with UAE, the Gulf countries, Israel, Iran, and of course USA. And how confident are you of managing all these relations at this time in the current situation? Would you say it is an example of multi-alignment? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just handle on the first of all, I take and accept what you just said about the contribution that Indians have made to the U.S. economy. Over $20 billion have been invested in the U.S. economy by Indian companies. We want that number to continue to increase. And obviously the expertise as well that they've provided into our economy has been very, very valuable. I don't want you to view, or anyone, I made this point yesterday in an interview, the changes that are happening now, or the modernization of our migration system into the United States, is not focused, it's not India specific, it is global, it's being applied across the world. We are in a period of modernization. And I'll be frank and honest with you because it's important to talk about this. We've had a migratory crisis in the United States. This is not because of India, but broadly, we had over 20 million people illegally enter the United States over the last few years, and we've had to address that challenge. In addition to that challenge, and I think this is true for India, this is true for every country in the world, okay? Everything that you do as a country needs to be in your national interest, and that includes your immigration policy. The United States, I believe, is the most welcoming country in the world on immigration. Every single year, 1 million people, roughly, become permanent residents of the United States and contribute greatly. My parents entered the United States as permanent residents in 1956 from Cuba. And so it's a process that's enriched us. But it has to be a process that's adjusted in every era to the realities of the modern times in which you live. And it's long overdue. So the United States is currently undergoing a process of reforming the system by which we choose how many people come into our country, who comes in, when they come in, etc. Anytime you undertake a reform, anytime you undertake a change in the system by which you admit people, or frankly, anytime you undertake a reform in any system, not just on immigration, there's going to be a period of transition that's going to create, some friction points and some difficulties and so forth. Ultimately, we think when this process is in place, once this process has been modernized. And that's really what it is. We are modernizing the U.S. immigration system for the 21st century so that it is an immigration system that's not just good for the America, but it's also good for the people that are coming. Once we are complete and once we've done the work of modernizing that system, I think we're going to come up with a system, we're going to wind up with a system that's more efficient and even better than the previous system, and in some ways may prove to be even more beneficial than the previous system was to people from India that seek to enter the United States to work and innovate. But obviously there's going to be a period of adjustment along the way. So what I want to leave clear is that the changes, while they may be having a disproportionate impact on a place like India that provides so many high-skilled workers to the U.S. economy, it is not a system that is targeted at India. It is one that's being applied globally. But we're in a period of transition, and like any period of transition, there's going to be some bumps on that road, but we think ultimately our destination is going to be a better system, a more efficient system, one that works better than the one that we had in place previously, and more sustainable, by the way.
Your question on the Iran Gulf, the conflict which is going on. Well, look, India would be one of the very few countries who has very good relations, very strong relations with the United States, with Israel, with Iran, and with the Gulf countries. So we have, and we have real interest there. So for us, the challenge in this situation is how to maintain all these relationships, how to protect our equities, how to advance our interests. And we don't look at it as a zero-sum game. We have to manage and actually take care of all these accounts. So having said that, I would say there are some general principles by which we would approach this region. Obviously, we want peace and stability in the region. For us, the welfare, the well-being of the diaspora is crucial. 3, we want to see energy prices go down because we are a very big importer of energy and much of it comes from that region. 4, as I stated in my remarks, we very much are in favor of safe and unimpeded maritime commerce through the region. And what we want to see is really the markets open up there. We don't want to see constraints. So these would be the principles with which we would approach that region. And in a way, of course, every situation is unique. But I think we will find increasingly in the world that there will be conflicts or difficult situations where India, because our interests are growing, we have relationships with all the parties involved. I mean, we are seeing this in the Ukraine conflict as well, where we have, very strong relations with Russia, we have it with Europe, we have it with Ukraine as well, we have it with the United States. And then the question is, how do you manage them, all of them? So in that sense, yes, it is multi-alignment because today's India has that range of interests which require us to manage multiple accounts.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if you allow, we can take a group of questions together. Sure. That way we'll be able to cover more. Can we go here, Siddhant, please?
Hi, sir. I'm Siddhant from Vion. To Secretary Rubio, my question is on technological partnership. How do you see India as a trusted technological partner? The second question is on energy and critical minerals. Once your visit is over, what will be the key outcomes when it comes to these two aspects? And thirdly, there have been a lot of racist comments coming from United States against Indians, Indian Americans. Now, this goes against the basic premise.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should.
Of Maharashtra in conversation with the founder Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network. Please welcome Shri Devendra Fadnavis and Mr. Arnab Goswami.
Let me first start by thanking our dear Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, for taking the time from his super busy schedule to keep up his promise to be with us all of you here at ImagineNext. Really happy to see you again.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have a conversation with you.
Yes.
And that is also one point which brought me here.
Oh. Usually people don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. But see, I've come prepared with all these notes. My team has told me stay with the script because I tend to go off script too often. But on a personal note, let me say that the man sitting to my left, and I am not prone to flattering politicians, I think Maharashtra is blessed to have him as a chief minister. He is one thing about him, he works 24/7. Perhaps in my journalistic career, one of the most meticulous, hardworking, and he constantly educates himself on technology. So you are probably one of the finest people to speak at this event. Usually, Mr. Fadnavis, when people have to talk about technology, science, investments, politicians don't like it, but you have it on your fingertips, so you're ideal. So thank you very much.
Thank you so
and
much.
what you're doing for Maharashtra is brilliant. Brilliant. I just want to start by saying that on the 29th of April, the Maharashtra cabinet, chaired by Mr. Fadnavis, approved the Maharashtra AI Policy 2026. And I wanted to start by talking a little bit about it. The headline commitments are an investment target of more than 10,000 crores and over 1.5 lakh jobs by 2031, 6 AI centers of excellence across health, education, agriculture, urban development, Marathi language and culture, and finance, 5 AI innovation cities, a 500 crore AI startup fund, 12 AI incubators, AI skilling for 2 lakh young people and professionals, and a shared compute backbone of 2,000 GPUs delivered as a compute as a service to government departments. This level of thinking on AI, this level of detail, and I would say commitment to AI, perhaps you would be number one across the country if there were to be a ranking of states. So this session matters, and the nation wants to know, Mr. Fadnavis, why you're doing this with such great interest and speed.
No, thank you. I think that's the most important question because, we are into an era where AI is revolutionizing every single thing. And, when a wave comes, you cannot stop the wave. Technology wave, you have to ride on it. And now is a time when AI is going to reshape every aspect of our business, every aspect of our life. So we thought it is very important that if we have to retain our place in the economic scenario, in the business, in the industry, we have to do adoption of AI very fast. And that is why we started this policy. We started a new portfolio, a new department of AI, a commissionerate of AI. And there are 2 things. One is adoption of AI in governance, which we have already started. I would like to give you 2 examples, what we have already done. One is that we have started an engine whereby we are using AI in criminal justice system and, entire handling of our criminal system. So there is one institution which we have created. This institution has totally digitized the process of crime solution. We have done it with Microsoft. Now we'll be also doing it with some of our indigenous, technology providers. But what is the difference? from a crime scene to a charge sheet, the entire process is digitized. The entire process is in blockchain. So that will reduce the time to a large extent. And, in criminal justice system, there are so many miscarriages. There will be no miscarriage once this entire system is under a blockchain. And, AI is revolutionizing it so fast that now we are also using a model where, when we interrogate somebody, all the interrogation is captured and it's put in the perspective whereby, how a criminal justice system requires somebody, being interrogated. Everything is covered by that. Now here is, let's say crime solving. The second example is what we created is Mahavistar. Now this Mahavistar is a AI engine created for farmers. Mahavistar app, now it is downloaded by 50 lakh farmers in India, in Maharashtra, and it is one-stop solution for everything in agriculture. It gives agentic AI perspective whereby every single farmer gets his own agentic friend, his own agent, whereby he can ask any question, anything. Any question, he gets a reply on that. He can speak in any language. Now we have also integrated the tribal language Bhili. So a tribal belonging to a tribal community who speaks Bhili language can ask him. And this is to the extent that they'll get the weather data, they'll get the, if the crop cycle is analyzed, everything they will get. So I'll tell you just one thing, that if in a cropping cycle, if they just take a photograph by a smartphone, that photograph will analyze the entire crop and it will tell them at what cycle the crop is. If there is a apprehension of pests, if it is so, then what pesticide should they use? If it requires micronutrient, then what type of micronutrient they should use? And this any common farmer can do.
Okay.
So I think that we have already started using this. And so far as creating the computing power is concerned, as you know that you have mentioned about 2000 GPU.
Yes.
There was a time when we used to, when we were very young, we used to talk about CPU, but CPU is, no more now a computing power. It is GPU. What we are trying to create is to create a common facility, a common computing facility. I'm telling in very simple words, because today, when you talk about startups, all startups require huge computing facility, and this computing facility is, is very expensive. If they buy it from somebody, if they partner it with somebody. So what we are essentially creating is that this entire capacity will be created on a shared model, which can be used by any startup, which can be used by any business. So that will put us ahead of everybody. Because ultimately, when you have this computing facility,
wonderful,
then I think that will change every sphere of business. So this particular policy which I'm talking about is a policy which is going to put Maharashtra ahead of every state.
अमेजिंग, आप बहुत कॉम्पिटिटिव है महाराष्ट्र को लेकर, अच्छी बात है. और सबसे बड़ी बात जो मुझे लगी, I'll move to Hindi a little bit if you don't mind, because I want this to reach as many people as possible. Can I mix between English and Hindi? ठीक है. क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हमारे देश में टेक्नोलॉजी कभी कभी लेट आती है, मगर अडॉप्शन बहुत क्विकली हो जाती है.
बिल्कुल.
और टेक्नोलॉजी की यूसेज जो है, ये हम मानते हैं कभी कभी कि कोई आम किसान ये टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ नहीं कर पाएंगे, मगर हमने देखा है कि टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन भारत से ज़्यादा स्पीड में और कहीं नहीं होती. कोई आप शेयर करना चाहेंगे, जैसे आपने कहा कि दिस इज यूज्ड बाय कॉमन फार्मर्स, तो स्केल अगर बनानी है तो टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन बाय द मासेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। उसके लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यही सबसे ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि देखिए हम लोग अगर कुछ एक 20-30 साल पहले जाएंगे तो जिस समय हमारे यहाँ पर कंप्यूटर्स आए
जी,
तो हमारे यहाँ पर कुछ नेता कहते थे कि ये कंप्यूटर तो देश को बर्बाद कर देंगे, ये कंप्यूटर तो देश में इतनी बेरोजगारी तैयार कर देंगे कि देश बर्बाद हो जाएगा। फिर किसी ने पूछा था कि कंप्यूटर धान उगा लेंगे, तो कई बातें हमने कही थी, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली वी अडॉप्टेड, हमने उसको उसका अडॉप्शन किया, उससे चीज़ें बदली
जी।
फिर .com का बूम आया, हम लोग उस बूम में चले गए। उस समय भी कई लोगों ने कई प्रकार के प्रश्न पूछे थे, लेकिन इंडिया कुड लीड दैट रिवोल्यूशन। हमारे लोगों ने दुनिया के मतलब सिलिकॉन वैली में जाकर, सब जगह जाकर इंडियंस ने एक प्रकार से इसको ये .com बूम को लीड करने का काम किया। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि अब जब हम AI के एरा में आए हैं तो हम लोगों को ओपन आर्म से इसका स्वागत करना चाहिए, और लोग कर रहे हैं। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया महाविस्तार ऐप का, मतलब मुझे भी शुरुआत में लग रहा था कि हमने बना तो लिया है, पर क्या किसान इसको यूज़ करेंगे? किसान इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं, किसान उस पर प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं, और उसके कारण आप जानते हैं AI का तो ये होता है कि जितना डेटा जनरेट होता है उतना वो मॉडल ट्रेन होते जाता है
जी।
तो इतना एक्यूरेटली ट्रेन हो रहा है। अभी करीब करीब हम लोगों ने देखा कि क्रॉपिंग साइकिल में हम लोग जो फोटो के माध्यम से उसका एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं, अब उसका धीरे धीरे ट्रेनिंग होते हुए एक्यूरेसी 80% पहुंची है, और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि 1 साल 2 साल में दैट विल रीच 90%। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब लोगों में, और विशेष रूप से भारत जैसे देश में जहां हमारी मतलब एक एस्पिरेशनल और बहुत ही यंग पॉपुलेशन है, जहां आपके 65% लोग 35 साल से नीचे के, यहाँ पर तो AI अडॉप्शन ये कठिन होना ही नहीं चाहिए। और देखिए जिस समय हमारा स्मार्टफोन आया तो मेरे जैसा आदमी भी सोचता था यार ये पुराना ठीक था, बटन दबाते थे, बिना ये बटन के क्या कीपैड आ गया। लेकिन हम भी सीखे और हमारे पहले की जनरेशन भी सीख गई।
जी बिल्कुल।
तो मुझे लगता है कि इंडियंस इसको अडॉप्ट करते हैं, आपको ओपन आर्म से उसको मतलब उसका स्वागत भी करना चाहिए, और सरकार ने या बिजनेसेस ने इसका विचार न करते हुए कि क्या लोग इसको स्वीकारेंगे, आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
तो फडणवीस जी, अभी इस वक्त जैसे बहुत स्टेट्स compete करते हैं आपके साथ, और महाराष्ट्र आज एक आई थिंक इट्स $660 billion इकोनॉमी, राइट? एंड यू आर अट्रैक्टिंग 31% ऑफ इंडियाज FDI एज ऑफ नाउ। जब FDI बाहर भी जा रही है, स्टिल यू अट्रैक्ट ओवर 31%, मतलब आप टॉप पोजिशन पे हैं। एंड बाय द वे कंग्रेचुलेशंस आपको डेवोस में, आई थिंक यू गॉट इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लेजेस ऑफ 200 billion फ्रॉम डेवोस अलोन। सो पूछता है भारत कि ये कन्वर्जन होगा कि नहीं इन MOUs का, पहला सवाल। दूसरा, you have a target of a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Is this achievable? Some people feel that you have set a very stiff target. You have a 1 trillion economy. Why are you setting such a target for yourself? और उसमें अगर महाराष्ट्र के पोल पोजीशन को रखना है, इस संदर्भ में ImagineNext के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आप टेक्नोलॉजी को किस तरह से यूज करेंगे एज अ कैटलिस्ट उस 1 trillion तक पहुंचने के लिए बाय 2030? अभी सिर्फ 3.5 साल ही बाकी है।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं आपको एक ही एग्जांपल दूंगा। मैंने $1 trillion की बात करी थी इन 2015। तब से मैं कह रहा हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र $1 trillion इकोनॉमी होगा। 2015 में हमारी जो इकोनॉमी थी, हमारी जो अर्थव्यवस्था थी, वो थी करीब 14 लाख करोड़ की, 14 लाख करोड़। एंड टुडे वी आर 54 लाख करोड़। इन 10 years हमने ट्रिपल से भी ज़्यादा हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को बड़ा किया है। और आज अगर हम देखेंगे तो देश में कई राज्य ये कहते हैं कि वी वांट टू बिकम $1 trillion इकोनॉमी, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र ही एक ऐसा राज्य है जो इस टारगेट के पास है, बिकॉज वी आर ऑलरेडी 660 बिलियन। और आप अगर देखेंगे तो कोविड ईयर्स छोड़कर हमारा नॉमिनल ग्रोथ रेट 10% रहा है। 10% CAGR से हम लोग ग्रो हुए हैं। इसी ग्रोथ रेट को भी हम मेंटेन रखते हैं, तब भी हम 2030 में $1 trillion इकोनॉमी हो जाएंगे। हाँ, अगर ये हो सकता है कि एक आधा साल, जैसे ये साल अल नीनो का है, पता नहीं अगर थोड़ा हो जाए तो एक साल और आगे चला जाएगा, बट वी आर एब्सोल्युटली ऑन ट्रैक। और मैं उससे जाकर आपको कहना चाहता हूँ आगे जाकर कि आज महाराष्ट्र इन साइज ऑफ इकोनॉमी वी आर नॉट कम्पीटिंग विथ एनी स्टेट इन इंडिया। हम बाकी स्टेट से बहुत आगे हैं। अभी अगर हम लोग बाय साइज देखेंगे तो वी आर, महाराष्ट्र इज 30th लार्जेस्ट बिगेस्ट इकोनॉमी ऑफ वर्ल्ड, दुनिया की 30वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है। और अर्णव जी, इन नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 years वी विल सरपास द इकोनॉमी ऑफ सिंगापुर एंड यूएई। उनकी इकोनॉमी को हम सरपास करेंगे। इसलिए ये जो टारगेट हमने हाथ में लिया है ये बिल्कुल अचीवेबल टारगेट है। और जो आपने कहा ये अचीव क्यों होगा, केवल टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण अचीव होगा। देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी ये फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है, एआई ये फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। आप लीप फ्रॉग कर सकते हैं, वो हम लोग कर रहे हैं। आज अगर हम लोग देखेंगे तो इतनी तेजी के साथ, मतलब आप देखिए कि महाराष्ट्र बना तब से लेकर 2014-15 तक आपकी अर्थव्यवस्था 13 लाख करोड़ की, और 10 साल में आपकी अर्थव्यवस्था अगर 13 लाख करोड़ से 54 लाख करोड़ पर जाती है तो इसका मतलब है कि ये लीप फ्रॉग हो रही है। और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि हम लोग इसको कर पाएंगे। और हम लोगों ने केवल टारगेट नहीं रखा है, हमने उसका एक प्लान तैयार किया, एक इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजरी कमेटी तैयार की। उस कमेटी ने सारे सेक्टर्स के साथ बैठकर हर सेक्टर में हमको क्या करना है इसका निर्णय हमने किया। उसके बाद हमने विकसित महाराष्ट्र 2047 ये विजन तैयार किया। इस विजन में 2030 का विजन जो शॉर्ट टर्म है, 35 का विजन जब महाराष्ट्र 75 साल का होगा ये मिड टर्म है, और 47 इज अ लॉन्ग टर्म विजन। और केवल विजन तैयार करके हम रुके नहीं, तो हम लोगों ने 2000 डेटा पॉइंट्स तैयार किए, 2000 डेटा पॉइंट्स, कि जिसको हम लोगों को अचीव करना है। उन डेटा पॉइंट्स को वापस हम लोगों ने एक एक डिपार्टमेंट को दिया और एक विजन मैनेजमेंट यूनिट तैयार किया है। जो विजन मैनेजमेंट यूनिट ये डायनामिकली एक एक डिपार्टमेंट के डेटा पॉइंट्स को ट्रैक करता है कि आपने इस साल कौन से डेटा पॉइंट करने हैं, अगले साल कौन से करने हैं, कितने आप कर पाए। और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि हम लोगों ने जो भी चैलेंजेस दिए, हमारा इसमें जो मतलब एक सक्सेस रेट जो रहा, तो डिपार्टमेंट्स ने, जो लोएस्ट भी डिपार्टमेंट था वो भी 75% था, जो हाईएस्ट था वो 95% था। तो मुझे लगता है कि इट इज़ नॉट अ मियर फिगर या इट इज़ नॉट अ मियर नंबर, तो एक बहुत ही सोची समझी स्ट्रैटेजी के तहत हम लोग जा रहे हैं। और इसमें कंप्लीटली ये टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है। इसमें हम एआई का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम जियो स्पेशियल डेटा का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम डेटा ट्रैकिंग का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम डेटा पूल का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि ये बिल्कुल संभव है। और दूसरा जो आपने कहा कि एमओयूज़ के बारे में, और ये बिल्कुल लोगों में हमेशा ये भावना होती है कि यू टॉक अबाउट द नंबर्स, आप कहते हैं इतने एमओयू हो गए, ये ट्रांसलेट हो गए कि नहीं। मुझे एक चीज़ बोलनी है कि इंडिया में अगर पैन इंडिया हम देखें तो जितने हम लोग एमओयूज़ करते हैं उसका रियल ट्रांसलेशन का जो रेट है वो 35% है। महाराष्ट्र में वो हिस्टोरिकली 55 to 60% है। लेकिन हमने जो डावोस में एमओयू किए उसका जो ट्रांसलेशन का रेट है इट इज़ 85%। 85% हम लोग कर पाए, और जो 15% भी हम लोग नहीं कर पा रहे वो ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स के कारण, आज जिस प्रकार से सप्लाई चेन शिफ्ट होती है उसके कारण, या कोई देश बैरियर्स तैयार कर देते हैं, तो आज हम लोग तय करते हैं और उसके बाद वो बिजनेस अनवायबल हो जाता है। ऐसे ही 15% है। तो मुझे लगता है हम लोगों ने किए हुए, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने हर एमओयू के पीछे रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर रखा हुआ है, हर एमओयू के पीछे ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम रखी हुई है। मैं खुद मेरे वॉर रूम में एमओयूज़ के बारे में मीटिंग्स लेता हूँ, जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनको क्या बुलाता हूँ, उनको मैं पूछता हूँ उनके प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, उनको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। तो निश्चित रूप से मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि इनको हम इन्वेस्टमेंट में ट्रांसलेट कर पाएंगे।
ऑफ ट्रैक एक सवाल।
जी बिल्कुल।
आप पॉलिटिक्स और गवर्नेंस को कैसे सेपरेट करते हैं? पहला सवाल। आपकी 3 पार्टी की कोalition गवर्नमेंट है, इससे नुकसान होता है कि फ़ायदा? आपकी गवर्नेंस मॉडल स्लो हो जाती है क्या कभी कभी? आप सेपरेट कैसे करते हैं? आप किस चीज़ को ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं देवेंद्र जी? आप पॉलिटिक्स को ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं कि गवर्नेंस को ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं? ये देखिए, ये सब सवाल जो है देवेंद्र जी, आपको मैं 20 साल से जानता हूँ, आई कैन टेक लिबर्टी विद बाकी कोई रिपोर्टर तो आपको पूछ नहीं सकते. व्हाट डू यू एंजॉय मोर?
सच बात तो है कि आपने मेरा स्वभाव देखा है, तो आई एंजॉय गवर्नेंस मोर. मैं मतलब पॉलिटिक्स इज़ इनएविटेबल, सो उस पॉलिटिक्स में मुझे जिंदा भी रहना पड़ता है, संघर्ष भी करना पड़ता है, और कई बार ऐसी भी चीज़ें करनी पड़ती है कि जो मतलब विच इज़ नॉट माई नेचर, विच आई डोंट बिलोंग टू दैट यू नो दैट पार्ट. बट अल्टीमेटली आप पॉलिटिक्स में जीवित रहेंगे तो ही गवर्नेंस कर पाएंगे, तो मैंने इसको समझ लिया है. लेकिन आई एंजॉय गवर्नेंस. और आपने जो बात कही, इसमें एक गवर्नेंस का जो मॉडल मैंने तैयार किया है, देखिए मैं आपको एक बहुत मज़ेदार बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि व्हेन आई बिकेम चीफ मिनिस्टर फर्स्ट टाइम, तो उस समय एक बहुत ही सीनियर IAS ऑफिसर मुझे मिले और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि सर मैं आपको एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ. मैंने कहा बताइए. कहा मैंने कई चीफ मिनिस्टर्स के साथ काम किया है सर, चीफ मिनिस्टर का समय अपना नहीं होता है. लोग आपका समय जो है वो हाईजैक कर लेते हैं. इसलिए मैंने देखा है कई चीफ मिनिस्टर दे वर वेल मीनिंग, लेकिन वो कुछ कर नहीं पाए. सर आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि आप जो गवर्नेंस में ऑफिशियली जो करना चाहते हैं रात में तय कीजिए, दूसरे दिन कुछ भी करके वो कीजिए, और बाकी बचा हुआ समय आप पॉलिटिक्स को दे दीजिए या लोगों को दे दीजिए. तो मुझे वो बात अच्छी लगी और तब से मैंने बिल्कुल वो एक प्रकार से मेरा वे ऑफ लाइफ हो गया कि जो चीज़ें करनी है वो चीज़ें उस दिन करना ही है, बाकी फिर. और ये बात सही है क्योंकि सुबह उठने के बाद कहीं कोई एक्सीडेंट हो गया है तो हमारी सारा अटेंशन उसकी तरफ हो जाता है, कहीं कोई इंसिडेंस हो गया है, तो रोज़ के चैलेंजेस है. उन चैलेंजेस में आप अगर अटक गए, और ये चीज़ मैंने बहुत करीब से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी देखी है, दुनिया में कुछ भी हो जाए प्रधानमंत्री जी अपना एजेंडा कभी छोड़ते नहीं, वो एजेंडा कंप्लीट करते फिर दुनिया की चीज़ों में जाते हैं. तो मैंने भी उसको हमेशा उसी प्रकार से किया है. और जहाँ तक 3 पार्टियों का सवाल है तो मुझे लगता है कोई बहुत प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है. देखिए पॉलिटिकली प्रॉब्लम आता है, गवर्नेंस में नहीं आता. गवर्नेंस में और मोस्टली बोथ द पार्टीज आर अलाइंड विथ माई विजन. तो कभी कभी छोटी मोटी चीज़ों में अल्टीमेटली अलग अलग पार्टियाँ हैं तो प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं. लेकिन हम लोग तो ये भी देखते हैं ना कि कई बार कई राज्यों में हमने ऐसा भी देखा है कि सिंगल पार्टी का राज होता है, लेकिन उस पार्टी में ही, जैसे हमने अभी केरला में कम्युनिस्टों की जो सरकार थी, उस सरकार में हमने देखा कि सिंगल पार्टी की सरकार थी, लेकिन इतने उसी पार्टी में झंझट झमेले चलते थे. कर्नाटक में हम लोग देख रहे हैं सिंगल पार्टी की कांग्रेस की सरकार है, लेकिन रोज एक दूसरे की ऐसी टांग खींच रहे हैं. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि ये सिंगल पार्टी या मल्टी पार्टी ये कोई बहुत मायने नहीं रखता. आपका एजेंडा क्या है, उस एजेंडे को आप किस प्रकार से उसका पीछा करते हैं, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है.
बहुत अच्छा सा जवाब है आपका. मुझे भी बहुत कुछ करना पड़ता है जो मेरे स्वभाव में नहीं है. करना पड़ता है, क्या करें फडणवीस. बट एक चीज़ मैं अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ, व्हेनेवर जब भी आपसे बात हुई है, जब बड़ी राजनीतिक असमंजस चल रही है, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल टेंशन, ही कम्स, कभी भी हमारे सामने आते हैं, ही स्माइलिंग जैसे कोई स्पा या सोना से निकले हैं, बिल्कुल फ्रेश, रिलैक्स. दुनिया भर में टेंशन है, सारे रिपोर्टर्स इधर सब खड़े हैं आपके पीछे, अलीशा नायर आपके पीछे भागती है, आप ऐसे स्माइल करके आते हैं जस्ट यू हैव जस्ट कम फ्रॉम अ स्पा. इट्स फैंटेस्टिक. इट्स वेरी गुड. एक्चुअली गवर्नेंस और पॉलिटिक्स को सेपरेट करना पॉलिटिशियन की सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज है. तो आपने कंपेटिटिवनेस के बारे में कहा, आपने कहा आप टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक को यूज़ करेंगे. पिछले 2 साल से मैं जब मुंबई में आता हूं तो देखा कोस्टल रोड, अटल सेतु, मेट्रो 3, नवी मुंबई प्रोजेक्ट, 3 ट्रिलियन रिंग रोड नेटवर्क, पूरा रीडिजाइनिंग. आई एम सीइंग and I think you are all very fortunate in Mumbai. You are seeing a redesigning of Mumbai, and I think you are to take the credit for that. Do you really think that Mumbai, क्या आप एक तरह से इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ या टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक के साथ या अपने AI प्लान के साथ आप ग्लोबल एशियन हब्स जो है दुबई और सिंगापुर के साथ, इज इट पॉसिबल नाउ टू डायरेक्टली कम्पीट? अभी हमने मिडिल ईस्ट की क्राइसिस देखी, सडनली पीपल जो दुबई गए थे दे आर ट्राइंग टू फाइंड वेज टू कम बैक. ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है हमारे लिए. ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स जो हो रहे हैं उसमें अपॉर्चुनिटी है. तो मैं ये पूछना चाहता था कि जो FDI इन्फ्लोज हो रहे हैं आपके, क्या आप महाराष्ट्र क्या मुंबई के स्ट्रक्चरल एडवांटेज को यूज करके मुंबई की रीपोजिशनिंग डिलिबरेटली कर रहे हैं? क्या इसमें कुछ रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग प्लान है आपका कि आपने सोचा है कि आई हैव टू रीच द टारगेट, 1-2 साल इधर उधर हो सकता है, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं, 1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनानी है, इसलिए क्या आप रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग के साथ टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सबका गेम प्लान चेंज कर रहे हैं? आपकी सोच क्या है उसमें? व्हाट इज योर थिंकिंग?
करीब करीब ऐसी ही सोच है, क्योंकि देखिए जिस समय आईटी की वेव आई, मुंबई लॉस्ट ऑन आईटी वेव, और उसका एक कारण ये था कि लैक ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। देखिए उस समय आईटी इंडस्ट्री ये मानती थी कि 50 रुपीज़ पर स्क्वायर फीट में रेंटल जगह अगर हमको मिलेगी तो हम लोग आईटी में एक प्रकार से सक्सेसफुल हो सकते हैं। मुंबई कुड नॉट ऑफर कंप्लीट, देखिए एक नेचुरल इकोसिस्टम मुंबई और पुणे में तो है, लेकिन उसका जो मेजर एडवांटेज है ये उस समय बेंगलोर को गया और हैदराबाद को गया। इसलिए अब ये सारा जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेफिसिट है उसको कंप्लीट करने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं। और मैंने मुंबई को केवल मुंबई के रूप में नहीं देखा है, तो वी आर इमेजिनिंग मुंबई विथ अलॉन्ग विथ एमएमआर, मुंबई मेट्रोपॉलिटन रीजन। सो न्यू मुंबई और रायगढ़, ये जो सारा क्षेत्र है, एमएमआर रीजन को हम लोगों ने अभी इंटीग्रेट किया है। अटल सेतु के कारण अब हिंटरलैंड ये मुंबई से कनेक्ट हो गया है। आप देखिए आज यहाँ जहाँ आप बैठे वहाँ से भी आप न्यू मुंबई बहुत कम समय में पहुँच सकते हो, और अभी हमारी 2-3 और लिंक हो जाएगी तो आप तो 30-35 मिनट में पहुँच जाएंगे। तो इसलिए एक प्रकार से हिंटरलैंड को जोड़ने का काम किया है। और जो मुंबई है उसको री इमेजिन हम लोग कर रहे हैं। कंप्लीट मुंबई इज गोइंग इनटू रीडेवलपमेंट, क्योंकि मुंबई ये लैंडलॉक सिटी है। यहाँ पर जो स्पेस है उसका हम लोगों को स्मार्ट, सस्टेनेबल इस प्रकार से उपयोग करना पड़ेगा। उस प्रकार का कंप्लीट रीडिजाइनिंग हम लोगों ने मुंबई का किया है। इसमें पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो है ही, हम लोग अभी कोस्टल रोड का, नॉर्थ कोस्टल रोड तैयार कर रहे हैं। तो पूरा जो मुंबई का मतलब कोलाबा से या नरीमन पॉइंट से लेकर तो आपको भाईंदर तक कंप्लीट एक सिंगल रोड ऐसा मिलेगा कि जहाँ पर कहीं पर भी आपको एक भी सिग्नल नहीं मिलेगा। तो इस प्रकार का हम लोग इसका तो डिजाइनिंग हमारा काम भी चालू हो गया है। हम लोग ईस्ट वेस्ट कनेक्टिविटी के लिए टनल्स तैयार कर रहे हैं, उसका भी काम हमने चालू कर दिया है। एक टनल्स का बड़ा नेटवर्क हम तैयार कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो पुराने मुंबई के लेआउट्स हैं 50 साल, 60 साल, 70 साल पहले तैयार हुए, माड़ा ने 56 लेआउट्स तैयार किए हैं अलग, इसका कंप्लीट रीडेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं। इस रीडेवलपमेंट के कारण यहाँ पर हाउसिंग स्टॉक भी मिलेगा, कमर्शियल स्पेसेस भी मिलेगी, और साथ में मुंबई को जो ओपन स्पेसेस चाहिए, मुंबई को जो सांस लेने के लिए जगह चाहिए, वो जगह भी उसके कारण क्रिएट होगी। तो ये जो हमारा 400 किलोमीटर का मेट्रो का नेटवर्क है, इसके कारण कंप्लीट इंटीग्रेशन हो रहा है। अब सेकंड फेज में हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, देखिए अगर हम लोगों को मुंबई एज अ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हब ये अगर तैयार करना है तो हमको प्लग एंड प्ले सिटीज तैयार करनी पड़ेगी जी। क्योंकि आज का मॉडल हम इंडस्ट्रियल रिवोल्यूशन के 6ठे फेज में चल रहे हैं, 4th, 5th, 6th एक साथ चल रहा है। इसमें हम लोगों को प्लग एंड प्ले सिटीज तैयार करनी पड़ेगी। न्यू मुंबई एयरपोर्ट और अटल सेतु, इसके बीच मुंबई से बड़ा एक अर्बन एरिया हम लोगों ने तैयार किया है, जिसको हम लोग थीमेटिक सिटीज के रूप में डेवलप कर रहे हैं। वहाँ एक एजू सिटी तैयार हो रही है। इस एजू सिटी में 12 दुनिया की बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज, जिसमें से 7 ऑलरेडी आ गई है। ये यूनिवर्सिटीज 1 लाख बच्चों को पढ़ाएगी और वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन और रिसर्च वहाँ चलेगा। उसके साथ में हम लोग मेडिसिटी कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ हम जीसीसी सिटी कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ हम इनोवेशन सिटी कर रहे हैं। और व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू, इसमें से कोई चीज़ कागज पर नहीं है, हर चीज़ कागज से आगे बढ़ चुकी है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के स्टेज पर जा चुकी है। यही सारा एरिया है जहाँ पर भारत का 60% डेटा सेंटर कैपेसिटी तैयार हुआ है। और जैसा आपने कहा कि अभी जिस प्रकार से यूएई में या बाकी सारी जगह पर ये वॉर के कारण क्राइसिस तैयार हुआ है, वी एक्सपेक्ट कि हम लोगों की जो डेटा सेंटर कैपेसिटी है, और स्पेशली जो सारे हाइपर स्केलर्स है, एआई हाइपर स्केलर्स है, ये सारे अब मुंबई आना चाहते हैं। उसके लिए हम लोगों ने तैयारी कर ली है, जगह की, पावर की, पानी की, सारी तैयारी हम करके बैठे हुए। आज अगर भारत में डेटा सेंटर के लिए रेडी पावर और ट्रेसेबल ग्रीन पावर अगर किसी के पास है तो महाराष्ट्र के पास है। कॉरिडोर हमारे तैयार है। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक प्लग एंड प्ले इस प्रकार की कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम हम तैयार कर रहे हैं जो निश्चित रूप से दुबई के साथ या सिंगापुर के साथ compete कर पाएगी।
चिप फैब्रिकेशन में आपकी बहुत अग्रेसिव रेस चल रही है गुजरात के साथ। अब चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ गुजरात इज योर फ्रेंड? यू टॉक टू हिम?
Absolutely.
Do you discuss chip fabrication? क्योंकि chip fabrication में how can you be friends? अब गुजरात, India's first chip fabrication plant गुजरात में हो रही है। महाराष्ट्र फ्लैगशिप सेमीकंडक्टर बेल्ट जो है वो $10 बिलियन की पनवेल की आपकी शायद फैसिलिटी है। आप कैंडिडली हमारे रूम को ये बताइए, ये चिप वैल्यू चेन में, इन द चिप वैल्यू चेन, what can Maharashtra win and what has